meeting of the Charleston County Board of Zoning and Appeal, also known as the BZA. The board members that will hear your case tonight are as follows. My name is William Ray, and I had the pleasure of being the chairperson. To my right, we have Mr. Siddell and Mr. Nelson. Mr. Neal, excuse me. I always say that. Yeah. To my left, we have Mr. Nelson. Mr. Jordan will be on the way, and then we have Mr. Williams, and Ms. Switzer Smalls is en route, we've been told. Staff members present tonight, Ms. Brooks, Mr. Foster, Ms. Clark, Mr. Downey, and Ms. Working. We also had the pleasure of having an intern, Ms. Grayson Hearing. Our attorney tonight is Mr. Kevin Huger to my right. Because the hearing tonight is a public fact-finding meeting, we're in compliance with the Freedom of Information Act and South Carolina Code 6-29-70. 15 days prior to the hearing, an announcement was posted in the Post and Courier. A sign was posted on or near the designated area and property, and a notice was mailed to the applicant or the applicant's representatives, to the property owners within 300 feet of the property, and to parties of interest. Persons, organizations, and news media have also requested declaration of our meeting and have also been notified. Board members, the meeting notes for June 3rd, 2024, the public hearing, were sent to you. Are there any changes? And if not, can I get a motion to approve and a second?
Motion to approve.
Second. Got a motion approved, I hear a second. All right. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand. Aye. Aye. It carries. Thank you so very much. Our case rulings from this and any BZA meeting are available to the public for review and inspection during normal business hours in the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department. The Board of Zoning Appeal is a quasi-judicial body that has final decision-making authority on the following: zoning appeals, related administrative decisions. The BZA is authorized to hear and to decide appeals only on zoning-related matters where it is alleged there is an error in the order, requirement, decision, or determination made by the administrative official in the administration or enforcement of any zoning-related regulations. A 2/3 vote of the quorum present tonight is required to overturn the decision of the planning director in an appeal. We also have special exceptions. A special exception is issued by the BZA authorizing a particular use in a specified location where the zoning district, upon demonstrating that it has the use complies with all the conditions and the standards specified in the zoning and land development regulation ordinance, also called and referred to as ZELDAR. The BZA must find a special exception request meeting all 6 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a special exception. A simple majority is required to grant a special exception. And then we also have a variance. A variance is a relaxation of the BZA's regulations and the ordinance where such an action will not be contrary to the public interest and where the conditions particular to the property and are not the result of the actions or the situation to the applicant or a literal enforcement of its code where it would result in unnecessary and undue hardship. And such variance is consistent with section 6-29-800 in the Code of South Carolina, Title 6, Chapter 29. The BZA must find that the variance meets all 7 of the approval criteria in the ordinance in order to grant a variance. A simple majority is required to grant a variance. Our purpose tonight is for interested parties to be heard in order to assist the board in gathering information pertinent to each case. If a member of the BZA feels the need for further information to clarify a case, The board has the authority to subpoena witnesses. It is understood that the rules of your neighborhood or your subdivision are binding, and we can take no action to neglect their jurisdiction over your property. In addition to your testimony, our board has been presented written information submitted by staff and by the applicant or the applicant's representative for each case. The information is now considered evidence and is entered into the permanent record of this body. It is assumed to be correct, true, and accurate. In addition, we have been presented data assembled by staff for the purpose of clarifying the location and the application effects on surrounding properties. Our board is empowered to approve with conditions, or to deny special exceptions or variance cases tonight. We're also authorized to defer a case should there be a need for additional information. The BZA final decision will be mailed within 10 working days of this public hearing. It will also be mailed, certified mail, to the applicants and U.S. mail to neighbors and communities of interest. If an applicant's request is approved, the applicant should contact the Charleston County Zoning and Planning Department staff to discuss the next steps in the process. Variances and special exceptions granted this night are also valid for 12 months after the meeting. A one-year extension may be granted only if construction or development has been commenced or is being diligently pursued. However, if an application's request is disapproved and the applicant wishes to appeal the decision of this board concerning the case, the appeal must be addressed to the circuit court. South Carolina Code 6-29-820 states that an appeal must be filed by the applicant within 30 days after the decision of this board and must be mailed to them. Failure to file an appeal within the time limit deprives this court of its jurisdiction to hear a matter. Because this is a quasi-judicial body, everything said in this meeting must be complete, true, and accurate. All the information provided to the BZA is considered evidence. And this board may certify contempt of circuit court if false testimony is made either in writing or orally. Each person that wishes to speak or address this board will be sworn in by the BZA secretary before providing testimony or evidence. In order to expedite this matter, we ask that you stand as a group, and Ms. Working will administer the oath. If you would, at this time, please stand.
Please stand and raise your right hand. I will say the oath, and you will say I do. I swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth. Thank you.
That's pretty much everybody. Okay. I will now call each case by case number. Staff will present facts that are pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then call the applicant. The applicant will stand, state his or her name, and the current address for the record before presenting testimony pertinent to each case, limited to 5 minutes. I will then ask for those speaking either in support or in opposition to each case. I will then follow the procedure for identifying themselves and are limited to 2 minutes each. The applicant would then have a chance to reply to any opposition, limited to 2 minutes. And then the BZA will make a motion to close the case to the public. Finally, the BZA will make a motion concerning the application, specifying specific findings of facts and conclusion of law. Tonight, we will hear 2 old cases and 9 new public cases. So we have a full load tonight. Ms. Working, if you would, please start with our first case, our old business, case BZA 04-24-00772. Now, I will also say one other thing, ladies and gentlemen. We won't be looking behind us necessarily. We have monitors in front of us so that we can see exactly what's going on behind us. So I thank you for your attention.
I'm just going to go over the reconsideration procedure. And this is number 20 from your rules. Upon vote of the BZA, a member from the prevailing side may make a motion to reconsider a case at the same or next BZA meeting. This is the next BZA meeting. Any member may second the motion. If the motion to reconsider the case is granted, then the case will be scheduled and heard by the BZA at the same or next available BZA public hearing. The next available is September. And provided all required notifications have been met, a case may be reconsidered only once. We generally do not take public comments for these reconsiderations. It's advertised as a public meeting, not a public hearing. If a motion to reconsider is not made, the BZA's decision stands and the party may appeal the decision to circuit court. Final decision orders for this June 3rd cases were mailed on June 14th. And on the bottom of the order, it states any person with a substantial interest may appeal the BZA's decision to circuit court of Charleston County within 30 calendar days after the decision of the board is mailed. So if a motion to reconsider is made and passes by a majority vote, the case will be scheduled for September 9th at 5 o'clock and will be a public hearing open to written and oral public comments from all parties. So this was a variance request to eliminate the 8-foot perimeter landscape area required along the property line adjacent to TMS 578-00000028 and to eliminate the 15-foot landscape right-of-way buffer required along the ingress-egress easement for existing and proposed parking. And that was denied on June 3rd, 2024. This is 2521 Highway 17 North in the east area, TMS number 580-14-00031. The request is from Kyle A. Taylor of Taylor Consulting Group on behalf of the applicant property owner James Dugan of AMDG 17N LP, North NLP, for the BZA to reconsider this case at the next available meeting. So the motion to deny passed 4-3. So the prevailing side is Mr. Jordan, Neal, Truzo, and Williams. Opposed to the motion were Marchant, Nelson, and Seidel. And then Ms. Smalls and Mr. Ray were absent. So tonight we have Mr. Neal and Mr. Williams, because Mr. Jordan may or not be able to come later. This is their letter that was in the packet requesting the reconsideration, a landscape plan, easement, and elevations. Same. Is there a motion to reconsider, or you have a question?
Do we have a motion to reconsider? Mr. Neal or Mr. Williams?
Can I ask staff a question?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Mr. Chair. So nothing has changed. They're just asking for us to reconsider and open it back up again after the board has already made a decision.
Right. I believe they want to provide additional information, which was some of this that was in the packet. Sorry, wrong way. Some of this information.
I have no intention of making a motion. So.
Okay.
I think my question was answered just now, so no. I don't intend to make a motion.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. The next old business case tonight is BZA 0324-00764. The applicant property owner is James Ellis. He is requesting a variance for construction within a restricted area 3 times the DBH critical root zone of a 25.5-inch diameter breast height DBH grand laurel oak tree for a detached accessory building at 224 Riverland Drive, and that's tax map number 34306000127 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located in the low-density residential R4 zoning district in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. The 11,440 square foot, 0.26 acre subject property contains a 1-story single-family residence that was constructed in 1959 per Charleston County records and renovated in 2020, and an in-ground swimming pool that was permitted in 2021. There was an existing unpermitted 20-foot storage container on the property. A permit to demolish the storage container was issued in February 2024. One-car storage building was constructed in January 2024. The applicant property owner did not apply for zoning and building permits to build this accessory building. So as you recall, you guys heard this case in May, and you gave them the opportunity to defer the case. And since then, meeting with the planning director, he determined that they do not need a height variance, and they do not. This is not going to be an accessory dwelling unit. You will see when I get to the conditions that I am suggesting that be a condition of this approval. So, this is the zoning ordinance applicable to this case. The 300-foot radius map, aerial photos. The sign was posted on June 12th, 2024. Some more pictures of the building and the tree. And this kind of shows a picture of what it looks like from the street. You can see just a little bit on the top. Site plan, floor plans and elevations, and the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, staff stated that it may meet 1 through 4, may meet 7, it meets 5, and it does not meet number 6. And that concludes, oh no, sorry. I wish I included, but I have the conditions. So we have the board may approve with conditions, or deny the case based on the BZA's finding of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff has a couple of suggested conditions. Number 1, if the grand tree requested for encroachment, the 25.5-inch grand laurel oak tree, dies within 3 years of the completion of the project, the applicant shall mitigate the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval indicating the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2 1/2 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement, B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in Section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of both A and B. The latter mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. Number 2, the tree barricade for the 25.5-inch DBH laurel oak shall be installed around the tree to the property lines, constructed of chain link fencing and inspected by staff prior to zoning permit approval for construction. All objects and materials shall be removed from around the tree, and 3 inches of mulch shall be added within the barricade area. Number 3, the applicant property owner shall hire a third-party certified arborist to monitor and treat the tree on site during and after construction. The applicant shall provide a tree preservation plan prepared by the arborist to the staff for review and approval prior to zoning permit approval for construction. 4, the applicant property owner shall apply for all required zoning and building permits for the accessory building. And 5, the detached accessory building shall be used as a garage, personal workshop, and storage only. It shall not be used as an accessory dwelling unit, or ADU. You have any questions?
Does anyone have questions for staff? No. Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of quick ones on the, so the project has got a cease and desist stop order, so they're not doing
Correct.
anything on it. Was there a construction permit pulled at all on this project at all initially?
For this particular thing, no. Just like the pool was the last permit and the
The
demo.
pool was the last permit. And there's no height variance. The only thing is the, do we know what the use is? Have they stated in their application? what
Yeah,
the-
there was some additional information in your packet that he provided saying that it's not going to have eating, sleeping, I think that's the 3. Eating, sleeping, what am I forgetting?
That's all right. We can ask the applicant when they come up.
Wait. Yeah.
Okay. And then how close is the tree? And do we have a analysis of the tree? What is it, grade A, B, C, anything like that?
Yeah, kind of.
Ms. Brooks? Oh, Mr. Foster, I'm sorry.
So that tree, I believe it was about 5 foot from that house, and I would grade it as a grade B tree. As you can see from the sprouts on the trunk, it is under some stress, but there's no diabatic canopy. It's a healthy tree.
What was the, I saw something in the packet about the tree wasn't this big when it started, so it was under the threshold. Tell us the threshold of how big the tree is when it's protected?
24 inches in diameter,
And how big is this tree?
25 and a half.
25 and a half?
Yes, sir.
So it just grew. And how fast does the tree grow?
Ooh.
I mean, it might be important to know, especially if this thing started 2 or 3 years ago. If it was under the threshold 3
Right.
years ago, then we're fine. So just on average, what's your best guess?
I would say a quarter inch to a half an inch in diameter a year in growth.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Good questions, good questions. Anyone else on the board that has questions?
Ms. Workings, do you know when the slab was poured? Because the applicant stated that it was poured when the tree was not a grand tree.
So It was, in our opinion, looking at the site plan, the size of the slab compared to what was there before is not the same. So, trying to think. So I don't know when that storage container was there that had the slab, but it's a different size slab. Does that help?
Would that original slab have encroached upon the tree as well?
Yeah, but the building was older.
Right.
Right. So, but the new slab was, we think, poured when the tree was already grown.
Okay.
Any more questions? Okay. All right. Is the applicant here?
Yes, sir.
Would you please come forward? Good afternoon. Please state your name and please tell us why we should approve your application, please, sir.
My name's James Ellis, and the application, as it stated in the original, it was poured, the slab was poured. It was 2020 when the construction was going on the house. We renovated it. I don't know what the previous slab there was for. It wasn't for the shipping container. That was just set in the driveway. Since been removed. The original slab was a different orientation, but when it got destroyed during the construction, the renovation of the house, we just had them re-pour it, where I wanted it to be for the building, the inevitability. I mean, honestly, it was just a mistake on my part. When we went to go start the construction process, I went on the county website and it said permit active for building and accessory, I think was the wording. And I assumed that meant I was good to go ahead and build the accessory structure we had talked about originally. I found out when they stopped us that that was just a zoning permit. So I didn't know. We've I think worked through most of the other issues with the county now, as far as the variances and everything. The tree was just the big holdup. But in 2020, I mean, the tree was not. And I've submitted. I didn't see it in her presentation, but I had submitted the survey that was done prior to the construction, which did not have the grand trees on it because they weren't grand trees at the time. Laurel oaks I am a certified arborist also. Laurel oaks are one of the fastest growing species of oak, along with like Nuttall, a couple other ones. But I mean, it's just over the threshold now. I want the tree. I wouldn't have done anything to compromise it. It wasn't a consideration at the time because it didn't meet the threshold, the requirement for, any sort of spacing and all. But now, obviously, knowing that I needed permits and, where it's gone now, I mean, we would have had to submit that at the time. But, I mean, with everything there, as you can see, the building's there, it's sitting there. I mean, it's just, I think at this point, there's money tied up in it. And then, if we were to have to tear it down and remove it, it would probably do more harm to the tree and its root system to pull it back out now and tear that concrete back out. So, like I said, I think we've met most of the requirements, with working with Miss working here. And, the tree seems to be the big holdup. But as I said, I mean, nobody wants it there more than I do. I chose to keep it. I've pruned it, appropriately to make sure that it doesn't interfere, and took a lot of consideration with how the slab, it was poured as a raised slab, so there was no excavation, and I'd like to think that I gave it as much consideration as possible.
Okay. What kind of condition you feel that the tree is in? If you had to give it a grade, what grade would you give it, sir?
I mean, honestly, now, I mean, I would say it's probably back in a B+, A- condition. There was no, and again, I'm not in construction. I just see the tree side, and I guess because it was under the threshold for being a grand tree when they did the renovation of the home, it was my childhood home. So, I mean, I've watched this tree grow my entire life, pretty much. There was no protection around it. It definitely got pretty stressed out from the construction equipment and everything moving around while it was there. I've got Bartlett, they come and they feed my trees and help me take care of them. I do the pruning myself, but I think it's better off than it was a few years ago for sure. So I'd probably rate it a B+.
Okay. What do you think about our conditions that we placed upon you?
I think it's fair. I think it's very reasonable. Like I said, we've already got and submitted that to the staff as well for a mitigation plan to protect the tree moving forward and keep an eye on it, for the next few years.
And the 3 inches of mulch?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. Doing well.
So, how long was the building there? I have two questions. How long was has this building been there
Since January.
of 2024?
Yes, sir.
And my other question is the tree in better shape or the same shape or what before the building?
I think the building's irrelevant to the concrete pad would have been the biggest stressor, in my opinion, just because of where it is in relation to it. But like I stated, it was poured as a raised slab. Everything was done above, so there was no excavation of the root system. It's a little bit smaller than the footprint of the previous slab that was there. Again, I don't know why that other slab was there. I can't really speak to it. There was never a building in my lifetime, but just the orientation. But I think the building in and of itself, I've kind of pruned the limbs and branches back over the last few years to keep it from being an obstruction. I mean, it's I've talked with Mr. Foster on site, and I mean, it's just, the biggest thing would have been the roots. I mean, just you don't want to disturb them.
And how's the shape of the roots right now?
Honestly, we didn't have to prune any of them, like nothing. They weren't really affected any more than they were beforehand, just from, like I said, the orientation of the slab is actually probably covering less of the root system than the previous structure there was.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to go back to the slab. I'm a little confused. I want to make sure I understand something. You keep saying you're not sure about the other slab, but you also said that the slab just got there, and you said the slab got there in 2020, but you started the construction in January. So the slab we're talking about is something that you poured when you did a renovation before?
Yes, sir. There was.
So hang on, I want to follow up just on that point. So you poured an additional slab after you did a renovation on the house, and you just had a slab sitting out there.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
There was. I don't know what it. Like I said, I don't know what it was for. There was like a patio-looking slab back there, my entire childhood, and it got cracked, I guess, with equipment or whatever when they were doing the renovation. And then
It was in 2020.
in 2020, yes, sir.
Okay.
And so when they finished, we had them, because we had an idea. Originally, we wanted to put this building in at the same time, just ran out of money. So then in 2020, we went ahead and poured the slab how we needed it for the building to come eventually.
And then the part about the construction in January, you didn't get a construction permit because you thought you already had one.
I just went on the county website because
Okay,
they told me
that's
I
fine.
could pull the permits myself, and it said active building and accessory. I thought it was just
That's
still
understandable.
good.
So then my last question is I wanted you to make sure I heard you correctly, that this is not a short-term rental use down the road. So we won't be seeing you in 6 months coming back in for an application for a short-term rental.
No, sir.
Okay, I'm fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any more questions on my right? You good? Mother? Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition to this application?
Anybody here?
Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any other questions of staff? Any other questions, concerns? Then that leaves me, gentlemen, I need a motion to either approve or deny this particular case. Please. Mr. Nelson?
Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0324000764, I'd like to make a motion that we approve this request. In making this motion, I find that it does meet all 7 of the required criterion. That 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. In this, I'm compelled by the applicant's testimony that the tree has grown since the point they started their planning for the renovations, and it may not have been a grand tree when they started. It is a point that would be difficult to discern without an actual measurement of the tree from that time, but given that it was not shown on the previous survey, I'm compelled by that testimony. In For criterion 2, that these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, with the location of this particular tree in relation to the renovation work that was done, the tree being right on the property line and there being very little room for installation of this storage unit / garage, I believe we meet that criterion. For criterion 3, that because of these conditions, application of this ordinance to this particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict utilization of the property, as the applicant has testified that construction was already done and no damage has occurred, and we have heard testimony that the tree is at least in a B condition and does not appear to be deteriorating since installation of the slab and now construction of the building on that slab. For criterion 4, that the authorization of the variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed. I think the fact that we have no one opposed to this application would actually speak volumes to meeting that criterion. For criterion 5, the BZA shall not grant a variance, the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. We clearly meet that criterion since we're not changing any of the uses on the property. For criterion 6, that the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. As staff has actually indicated, they feel that it does not meet this criterion, but again, being compelled by the testimony that when the planning occurred, at least for the owner of the property in the installation of this structure, that tree was not deemed to be a grand tree and has since grown to meet that size, and that the installation of the slab has been there for several years now. I do believe that there's some evidence that this tree could have grown to its current status between then and now, so I'm compelled by their testimony that at some point in the past that this variance would not have even been required, so I believe we meet that criterion. And for criterion 7, that granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of the ordinance. We do meet that criterion as well. In making this motion, I would recommend all 5 of the special conditions recommended by staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion that is properly moved in second. Any question? Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It passes unanimously. Where did he go? Okay, there you go. Congratulations, sir. Within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the application. And congratulations. And good night, sir. Our next case tonight is case BZA-05-24-00779. And Ms. Workin will be administering.
The applicant and property owner, Leticia de la Cruz Gonzalez, is requesting 2 variances for existing structures at 2818 Walden Drive, and that's TMS number 48605000106 in the north area of Charleston County. Variance number 1 is BZA 05-24-00779. This is a request for existing structures to encroach more than 25% of the protective root zone and to encroach within a restricted area 3 times the DBH critical root zone of 3 grand willow oak trees. Tree number 1 is a 25-inch tree, and the encroachment is 34%. Tree number 2 also happens to be 25 inches and 34%. And tree number 3 is 26 inches with a 26% encroachment. The subject property and property to the northwest are located in the University Boulevard Overlay Residential Area Zoning District. Surrounding properties to the northeast, east, south, and west are located in the City of North Charleston's jurisdiction. The 0.286 acre subject property contains a single-family residence, carport, 2 sheds, a 1-story wood-framed accessory building, the one under construction, with a covered porch. The applicant's letter of intent explains, and quote, "My dad built the storage for my mom because it was used for her personal use, like she was sick, she had kidney problems, and use it for her medication that she got sick with COVID-19, end quote. So, variance number 2, ending in 00780. Variance request to reduce the required 5-foot interior side setback by 4 feet to 1 feet for an existing unpermitted covered porch. These are the zoning ordinance requirements for each variance. Oops, sorry. And the overlay map, the 300-foot radius map, aerial maps. The property was posted on June 12th, 2024. So this is tree number 1, the 25-inch willow. And then the second tree, the second 25-inch willow. And then this is the 26-inch willow. This is the posting for the second variance and the unpermitted covered porch that comes close to the property line there. And you could see we marked, and this is also in your packet, the site plan that shows where the 3 trees are located in the plat. So regarding the approval criteria, we stated that the application may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and it meets 5. The BZA may approve with conditions, or deny the variance request based on the BZA's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the board decides to approve the application, staff has 2 suggested conditions. Number 1, if any of the grand trees requested for encroachment die within 3 years of completion of the project, the applicant shall mitigate the tree by either A, submitting a mitigation plan for review and approval, including the installation of canopy trees no smaller than 2.5 inches in caliper, equaling inch per inch replacement. B, by depositing funds into the Charleston County Tree Fund as described in section 926 of ZELDAR, or C, a combination of A and B. The allotted mitigation shall be in place prior to its removal. And number 2, the applicant shall retain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the grand trees on site. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation plan to zoning staff for review and approval. That concludes. Questions?
Let me start off with a question, Ms. Working. For the second criteria, or condition, I should say, what type of frequency is staff looking for in number 2?
Are you talking about the certified
condition,
arborist?
yeah.
Condition, okay. Kyle, do you want to answer about the tree preservation plan?
What type of variance are you looking in? What type of, how many times would that arborist need to come out there over a 3-year period?
With 3 year, at least once a month, I would say. Just at least not to monitor, but also to treat. That's a pretty common.
Over a 3-year period?
Well,
Because
that's
we're monitoring that tree for 3 years.
Sure.
So the frequency of having an arborist go out there, you saying once a month?
For a year. So so that's if it dies in 3 years.
Okay, if it dies.
It doesn't necessarily have to be treated for every month of that, for that entirety of the 3 years.
Okay.
Most cases, cases of root damage like that can be fixed much quicker than 3 years, and different has a plans that can be utilized to keep that tree going.
And do they have enough space in their yard to put the 2.5 inch caliber trees out there?
There's not, no.
I didn't think so. So they'd have to contribute to our tree bank otherwise.
Right.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Foster. I appreciate that. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Working, how did we find out about this? Was this a self-report? I mean, what happened there? Do we have any
Code
idea how long?
enforcement.
I'm sorry?
They've been to court with code enforcement. So this variance is simply to resolve the issue so they can get permits.
How long do we think the shed has been there?
Do you know that, Josh? And let's go back to
I
that.
didn't know. If
We can ask the
Yeah,
applicant.
I'll ask the
Yeah.
applicant. I just didn't know if we knew anything on record yet. Okay, I'm fine. We can get the rest of that information from the applicant.
Anything else on my right? On my left, questions? Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant present? Yes, please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record, and please tell us why we should approve your application. You may want to pull that mic down just a little bit. I want to hear every word you got to say.
Hello, my name is Leticia de la Cruz Gonzalez, and
Excuse me one moment. Who's back in the back? Because we need to turn that volume up because I can't hear. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, I couldn't hear either.
Where did our technician go in the back?
I'm Leticia de la Cruz Gonzalez.
We need to have that turned up.
I can't hear anything.
It's on.
I'm Leticia de la Cruz Gonzalez.
There we go. We can hear you better now. Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you, Ms. Workman.
So my dad, we built the storage, the little shed or whatever, I don't know how you call it, for stuff for my mom. We didn't know we need a permit. It's been there for like 6 years and they never say anything about it. So we just don't want to throw it away because we waste money on it.
So you telling me the shed's been there for about 6 years, you believe,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay.
And no
And your
one
dad,
Yes.
go ahead.
And no one say anything about it, that we need permits or anything like that until now.
How long have you lived there?
Like 7 years, so 7, 8 years.
So was there when you got there?
No, my dad built it.
Your dad built it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Hold one moment.
Okay.
According to the aerial views on the Charleston County GIS, the building was placed on the property between 2019 and 2021. So right about sometime after 2019,
Yeah.
the building was placed on the parcel.
Thank you. He was just telling us, based on our aerial photography, what we had. Okay? Please proceed. I interrupted you. I apologize. Do you have anything else you'd like to say in regards to you have 2 applications before us, okay? Do you have anything else you'd like to say on your behalf?
¿Tienes algo que decir? He just said he just don't want to throw it, so he want y'all to give us the permit for it. I know that's something.
Okay. Well, hold on. Let me see if we have any questions from my
Okay.
board members. Mr. Williams?
Yes, ma'am. So, y'all were living on there when the shed was built? It was y'all, you all, or no?
Yeah, when we brought the property, then after that, like a year after, my dad built the
Y'all built
shed.
it out there. And then the trees, was the trees already there?
Yes, they were there.
Okay. And then the trees grew in or nearby the
They
shed?
were
basically?
like they are now. They haven't grew more or anything. They always been like that since we moved there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Sedell?
Ms. Gonzalez, how did this come up? Was code enforcement, someone reported this to code enforcement, or did you make an application that brought to their attention? How did this variance?
Code enforcement came like 1 year ago, I think. It's been since we had the problem, since 1 year ago.
And how did they find out about this, or what brought it to their attention? Did you file for some sort of permit or something that?
No, we never filed for a permit or something. I don't know how they got there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Neal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You mentioned in your letter or someone's letter that this was built by your father for your mother, which she has now passed away.
Yes.
I'm very sorry. What is the use of the shed? And it looked like there's a trailer underneath it. Is somebody else moving there? Is it another family man living there? Is your father living there? Can you expand on that for me?
No, we use it for since we take care of my mom. We use it for my children to play right there, and we have some stuff like food
I'm having a hard time understanding. You use it for your sister?
for my children's.
For your children?
Yes, they used to play right there when my mom was alive, and I used to take care of her. But now it's just empty.
The trailer is empty?
The shed on the back, yes, it's empty.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
So let me have a follow-up question. The shed, the trailer, does it have running water?
Yes,
Okay. And power and everything, right?
everything.
Okay. So that's an accessory dwelling. Okey doke. Yes, sir, Mr. Williams.
One more follow-up. If Would the trees, can y'all keep the trees alive that's nearby that, the shed?
Excuse me?
Can you keep the trees alive?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I have another follow-up.
All right, Mr. Yes, sir.
Might be, well, it's a follow-up for staff, so should I wait on that?
Yeah, no, go. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
we'll wait for that. If you
Okay.
can remember that.
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you so very much. Anybody else? Thank you so very much for your testimony
Thank
tonight.
you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone to speak in favor? Anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition of this application? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Okay, thank you. This case is closed to the public. Your question to staff. sir.
Thank you. Yeah, so, and this is more of a building question, and it really doesn't hit us, but I think it's pertinent. So, obviously, in my mind, my opinion, it fits the hardship question. So, I hate to tear things down when the other extensive reasons for why it was built and stuff. But I hate to approve something on the back end when it might not be built to code. And here we are with hurricanes and things like that. So my issue is more, I don't have a problem personally of approving these circumstances, but I don't want to approve a shed that would never get approved if it had gone through the proper processes. So I don't know where that stands, if that needs to be an exception, a criteria as part of the approval process, subject to it coming up to building code, windstorm. I mean, I've had some experience lately of putting up a pergola or a cover, and I had to go through fire and wind issues for it. So that if the staff can tell me what would help there.
So permitting is supposed to begin in zoning, but they can begin in zoning and building services simultaneously. Depending on the use of the parcel, depending on the use of the building, a certificate of occupancy would be required. If they're going to use this as an accessory dwelling unit, I'm certain there's a certificate of occupancy will have to be required. However, for building service, for a condition, you can place in there all zoning and building permits should be required after the approval. If the board decides to approve this application, there can be a condition stating that they'll have to get all zoning and building permit requirements. The building department will not issue a permit unless it is safe to inhabit in whatever way they intend to use it.
And currently, that's not part of the conditions that was proposed from
Correct.
Staff?
Correct.
So we would have to add the building.
That's just an assumption that
Right.
on a building permit, on a zoning permit, I'm going to put on there building permit required. That's just a regular thing, but in order to make it airtight here at this level, it would not be advantageous to put in their building permit
Or
required.
something like that, if that was included. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Anything else on my right? Mr. Nelson?
So, Mr. Foster, we always ask about the grade of trees before we issue these variances. So what is the grade of the 3 trees in question here?
I'll grade all 3 trees as A's.
Okay.
They are in excellent shape.
And so that structure's been there for at least 3 years? And
Yes.
the trees are still in an A?
Yes, they've done very well. So that means that the root damage to them was quite minimal.
Do you think 3 years of monitoring would be necessary in this case if we were to pass this variance?
The thing about the 3 years, it's not directly of monitoring, but it's that after 3 years, the trees must remain.
Okay.
So a lot of times when I get a tree plans to take care of the trees, usually for 12 months or 2 years. Because that's not, it only takes much shorter amount of time than 3 years for that tree to get, to become healthy again. But even trees that have a moderate amount of root damage will look fairly well, and then it takes a little while for that damage to set in. So 3 years, I think, is still a good amount of time for it to be monitored, or to for the condition to still be for 3 years for it to live.
Okay. Thanks.
Well, arborist, if I may.
Go right ahead.
I'm not familiar with, clearly not an arborist. I'm not familiar with the willow oak versus live oaks and all that. How sturdy of a tree is that? Is that something that's real durable, or is this a real tough tree?
I would put them right above a water oak or a laurel oak. They're not very long-lived trees. The wood is not extremely tough like a live oak is, but they're still a good quality tree to have in your property.
And I was struggling to hear your full conversation with Mr. Nelson about the monitoring. I'm inclined to not monitor it for 3 years. I've heard testimony tonight that basically could have started when COVID hit, which is 2019.
Sure.
If that shed has been there since 2019, it's already been there 5 years. So 3 years seems to be a longer time. I would be apt to shrinking that into half, 1.5 years or 2 years. Would that really harm the county's position on that?
No, the 3 years is not for it to be treated for or to be monitored. 3 years is if it dies within 3 years. Most of the time, when I get plans to keep trees healthy, it's usually for a period of 1 to 2 years. So 3 years is just to make sure that they follow through.
Year and a
trees
half.
healthy.
Year and a half would be reasonable.
I'd say so.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay. Then board members at this time, if there are no more questions of staff, any other debate, discussion? I need a motion to either approve or deny. Mind you, that we have both 779 and 780.
You want these separate or together?
You'd have to do it separately. So,
You got conditions, correct?
Yeah, I got the conditions. Okay. I'll try.
All right, Mr.
Chair, I'd like to make a motion for approval for case BZA 0524007779, the variance request for existing structures for the 25% protected roof zone. I feel that it meets all the criteria 1 through 7. I'll list them, each one of them. There are criteria number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to this particular piece of property. This is an after-the-fact build. There's no one here present that is objecting to this. Whether it was self-reported or not, I believe the trees are in good shape. We hadn't had any issues with it. Our own staff arborist has said that these trees are in A condition, so I have no problem with that criteria. I think it meets it. Criteria 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. Again, we have no one else here testifying that this is a problem, so I think it meets that criteria. Criteria 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. This is a shed that they've built. I don't see there's any problems. It's actually probably helping the area because of the rain, and it's over a trailer and a playground area. Again, not a problem at all. It meets this criteria. Criteria 4, the authorization of a variance will not be substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of this variance. Again, there's no one here we have received no comments against it, and it's been in existence for 5 years, so I'm fine with that meeting that criteria. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. I struggle with this one, but at the same time, I feel that the application here is, with the testimony that's been received, with the testimony of no one else receiving any letters on it, that will meet that criteria. Granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. It clearly meets this criteria. I will add, as part of my approval process, that I would include 3 actions that staff recommendations as a part of my approval. Do I need to read those, or I'm going to add the 3rd one, but it's part of the staff notes.
if you're going to make substantive changes.
The only thing I'm going to add is number 3. I'd like to change number 2 from a 3-year monitoring to a 1.5 year monitoring of the tree for the certified arborist. I think that's in number 2.
Number 1.
Is that number 1? I apologize, I'm not reading it. So, yeah, number 1. So, if the grantees requested the encroachment dies within 3 years of the date of the approval, the applicant shall mitigate the tree by submitting the plan. I was talking about the monitoring for less than 3 years. I still want to keep if it dies within 3 years. I just only want it monitored for a 1.5 years.
You just want to change number 2 to where it says
Right.
to monitor for 1.5 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I got it.
Yeah, and then the 3rd condition that I would add is that the structure would meet all building and zoning requirements for the structure.
Yep, got it.
And that's my motion.
All right, we have a motion that's been properly moved and second. Nelson.
Mr. Nelson.
All those in favor? Please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Carries.
And I got the
80.
second variance. Yes, okay. I'd like to make a motion for approval on case, approval for the variance request on case BZA 0524-00780 for 2818 Waldman Drive. The variance request to reduce the required 5-foot interior side setback by 4 feet to 1 foot for an existing unpermitted covered approach. Again, I believe it meets all 7 criteria for the approval for zoning variances. The first one, there is extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to a particular piece of property. Again, I've stated already on the record that there's no one in opposition to this here to testify against it, and it's been here for 4 to 5 years. Condition number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to the other property in the vicinity. Again, we don't have any problems with this structure. I will put conditions on this structure for approval as the latter part of my motion. Criteria number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to a particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. It doesn't have any effect on the overall property as long as it's built in a safe manner, of which I'm going to add to my condition. I'm fine with this criteria. Criteria 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. Again, I'm going to put a criteria at the end, condition of approval at the end that meets all zoning requirements, but also there is no opposition letters or public testimony tonight that are against this, so I have no problem with that criteria. Criteria 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals should not grant a variance in the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of a use otherwise permitted in the zoning district to extend physically a non-conforming use of land or to change the zoning district boundaries shown as an official zoning map. Again, there's no one in opposition here. We've heard no testimony about this issue. Again, I am putting an additional condition on this approval that it meets zoning and building regulations, so I believe it meets this criteria. The need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. Again, I struggle with this one, but I believe the conditions that we're putting on the approval will satisfy this condition in making sure it's safe. And again, it's been here for 5 years already, so we're already past the point where we haven't had any testimony tonight, so I'm fine with that. And the final condition, number 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purposes of this ordinance. Again, the condition that I'm adding to it for the approval would make sure it meets zoning and building requirements. I am making this approval subject to 3 conditions. The first stated from staff. The second, I would modify, the applicant will obtain a certified arborist to monitor and treat the grand trees on site for a year and a half. The applicant shall provide a copy of the tree preservation. I believe a year and a half is a substantial amount of time to monitor this since it's been 5 years already. And that I also would add criteria number 3, condition number 3, that the structure be approved, permitted fully by building and zoning departments for the county.
Thank you. Do we have a second? Mr. Sadell. Okay. It's been properly moved and second. Any questions? Discussion? All those in favor, please indicate saying aye and raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. It's unanimous. There you go. Okay, there you go. Congratulations. Both of your applications have been approved. There have been some changes to the conditions, so please, ma'am, be leery of that, okay? Staff will be letting you know within the next 10 days, okay? Thank you. Congratulations. Ms. Workin is doing our next case, case BZA 05-24-00781.
Yes, and I'll be combining all 3, but I
yes.
could read over those. So, the applicants, Jonathan L. Yates and Brian Hellman of Hellman Yates, PA, and the property owner Ron Patty of Crown Enterprises, Inc., are requesting 3 variances for a distribution facility located at 1923 Stromboli Avenue, TMS number 466-0800455 in the north area of Charleston County. The first case, ending in 00781, is a request to waive the required minimum 30% of parking spaces that must have a pervious surface and to exceed the maximum 70% impervious surface coverage, and to waive the pedestrian way installation requirement. The applicant's letter of intent regarding this case states, in quote, a variance from Zeldar section 937 to allow for impervious coverage of 88.4%, which exceeds the 70% permitted by Zeldar, and a variance to allow no parking spaces to have a pervious surface, which is less than the 30% required, a variance from Zeldar section 9311 to omit the installation of pedestrian access along Column Street and to omit a pedestrian connection to the main entry of the distribution facility building from the pedestrian path of Stromboli Avenue right away. Okay. This is the zoning map. The 3.628 acre subject property is located in the industrial zoning district on the corner of Stromboli Avenue and Column Street. The properties to the northwest and southwest are also located in the industrial zoning district. The remaining properties are located in the city of North Charleston's jurisdiction. The project is currently in site plan review. So variance number 2, ending in 00782, is a variance to reduce the required 15-foot right-of-way landscape buffer along Stromboli Avenue and to reduce the required 60-foot land use buffer. Variance number 3, ending in 00783, is to waive the requirement that the site comprises of at least 10% undisturbed open space that is either a part of or contiguous with the perimeter buffer and to eliminate foundation plantings. So these are the zoning ordinance zoning ordinance requirements for the cases 1 and 2 and 3. And that's all in your packets. This is the radius map, aerial maps. This is the posting for the first case, and again, we posted it on June 12th, 2024, and the second case and third case. And then we have some photographs of the subject property, Column Street, and Stromboli Avenue. This is the site plan of the project. And then this is an exhibit that shows the 2015 impervious area. And then the second exhibit shows the proposed impervious area. Landscape plan and landscape details, and then the plat. So regarding the approval criteria for the 3 variances, we stated that the applications may meet 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 7, and that it meets 5. The board may approve approval conditions or deny the cases based on the board's findings of fact unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event the BZA decides to approve the application, staff recommends the following conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the applicant shall install the masonry wall and aluminum fencing as shown in the site plan and extend the masonry wall along the parking area adjacent to residences as shown in the drawing we have up above, to mitigate the buffer reduction. Have any questions about that?
Yes, sir, Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Ms. Working. I missed the, and I'll probably get this from the applicant on their drawings and stuff, but I'm breaking these down since we're doing all 3 of these together, which I'm real happy about. Explain to me the pedestrian right-of-way or what we're trying to waive, or what the applicant is asking us to waive the pedestrian way installation. Where would that be? Can you show me on the site plan or on the aerial what we're giving up here so we know what it's been? And let me give you all my questions and then you can start working through them. That's the first one. The second one is I'm trying to understand the landscape buffering requirement. And then looking at this aerial, I'm trying to understand how we're impacting the rear of this property on Hampton Avenue.
As far as the pedestrian access, it will be easier, I think, for me to go. I believe, and please correct me, Sally, if this is wrong, but that they are.
Okay.
What was this?
And the landscape buffer,
Okay.
we wouldn't have one, or that's part of their landscaping plan? I mean, I can ask the applicant, I'm sure. I couldn't follow it all.
Let's see. Which one is which? This is Stromboli, right? Column. Okay, thank you. Sally, do you want to answer that, or? So what we're looking at here is that's Stromboli, this is column. So you can see some landscaping here. I think you were concerned about this area. Is that what it is?
Well, that's one of the areas
Okay.
I'm concerned about, that backs up to the houses, but I'm just trying to say, what is the requirements that they're asking us to get rid of to see? I mean, this is an industrial area, so it makes sense. I'm just trying to understand what they're trying to remove and what logic that they can tell us why.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe that's the industrial against the residential is like 60 feet. So the reduction would be to do basically the fencing, the masonry fencing in lieu of planting.
Plantings.
That'll help.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? Mr. Williams?
Ms. Workin, they keep mentioning, I see in the application, they mention a takings from the DOT. This property what was this property used for?
It's been
Was
used
it
for as a
changed?
distribution facility, but they are making some improvements.
Okay,
You
so
can kind of see that when you see the exhibits. I'm sorry.
historically, the property, did the property lose some part of the property at some point, or?
Yes, they've used it as a distribution
No,
facility.
my question is, because they make mention of DOT takings, did some of this property get lost to DOT at some point?
I believe they're talking about the right-of-way.
Yeah, the right-of-way was
Long.
enlarged in the front of the property. There had been some parking in front, and then right-of-way moved back to sort of like right where you can see right where the building starts. So part of the roadway improvements in that area, they did
Improvements.
increase that right-of-way in the front of the property.
Any idea how much that increase was or change?
Ooh, the applicant could probably tell you the dimension of that pretty well. I don't know the exact dimension of that.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody? Mr. Nelson? Yeah, I'm good. Anyone else? We're good? Thank you, Ms. Working.
Thank you.
Okay, I see the applicant is coming. So the best way I'd like to do, you know the routine, name and address. But what I want to do is that if we can tackle the first variance to start off with and go from there, and not try to commingle everything one time so we can keep it straight and get what's done efficiently.
We will do it anywhere the chair likes. My name is Jonathan Yates, and my address is 105 Broad Street in Charleston. Thank
pull
you
his
so much.
microphone up?
Yeah, one more time if you don't mind.
Jonathan Yates, 105 Broad Street, 3rd floor, Charleston, South Carolina.
Thank you, Mr.
Most
Gates.
people don't
Please
want to hear
proceed.
my voice.
Yates.
Most people
Yates.
don't want to hear my voice. I appreciate it. With me today, the smarter part of the team, Mr. Greg Kraft. He is our engineer. What he was going to do, Mr. Chair, I know we have 3 variances. What we're going to get Greg to do is sort of walk through the property of what we're going to do, put it up as a picture to you. He's going to walk through it, and I think that'll bring them all into focus.
Very good.
If that's okay. If we get out,
Well, we want to try to do it efficiently so that we can,
yeah. If we get out of line, you grab me. If you get out of line. Also with us today, we have my law partner, Mr. Brian Hellman, and we have the property owners, Mr. Greg Obloy and Alan Fromer with Central Transport Crown. As a background, and it's always interesting asking for variances, in this case, for close to 50 years, there's been a distribution facility there. Crown has had it since 1987. Before that, it was American Real Estate Holdings. A couple things have happened in the interim. One of the biggest things to happen, we got all the news last week and again in the Sunday paper, The Leatherman Terminal is getting ready to open. Finally, the disputes have been resolved. Very important for this facility and very important for all of us. We talked about SCDOT taking. There was an SCDO taking. Not only did they take some of the front along Stromboli, but they put in a drainage feature down Collins Street. So we had the taking, and we had the facility that had been there 50 years. And guess what else happened in the 50 years? The Zeldar. The Zeldar changed dramatically. So with those three factors in play, we lost a good bit of the front of the property, and the loss made sense. With SCDOT, they weren't just out there being mean. They were getting the whole area ready for the Leatherman Terminal. This was all part of the plan to produce the road system, transportation system, so the Leatherman Terminal will work. Tough for us. We lost the front of our property. We lost part along Collins Street. Also, a lot of new regs in the Zeldar that weren't there in the late 70s when American first opened this facility, weren't there in 87 when Crown first started operating the facility. Faced with all these matters, the taking, the Zeldar, we began a couple years ago working with staff, and I want to reach out and really thank Sally Brooks. Sally gave us a lot of time. We said, okay, we have this facility. It's been here for 50 years. You got all these new rules. How can we make this facility work, do what it was designed to do what it was always going to do within the framework of the Zeldar? We went through a lengthy site plan process, which we're still technically in. And after a lot of back and forth and great work by Greg Kraft and his team at Kimley Horn, we come down, I think when it started, we had 85 variances. We've been able to whittle it down to 3. And it wasn't easy. It wasn't easy going from about 85 to 3. But what we're trying to do, and I think what Greg will show you, and also I want to thank Skip Michael. Did Skip take off on me? That rascal. Skip is the president of the Union Heights Community Council. And we talked to his group beforehand, and we have resolution to what we can do to operate the facility and also be part of Union Heights, one and the same. They say, and I know you gave me 5 minutes, people tell me it takes 6 minutes just to say my name. So at this point, I'm going to jump over to Greg. He's going to take the mic. And Greg, we have both boards, and if we can get Jenny to work the overhead for us, we can do it either way.
Yep.
Oh, you got it?
It might be easier just to,
Yeah.
I guess.
What Greg is going to do is sort of present to you the results of our very lengthy site plan process and see if it's acceptable to you. I think we worked very hard, staff worked very hard to get this facility into the 21st century and to get it available for the Leatherman Terminal opening. Greg?
Thank you.
Here you go.
Please state your name and address for the record, please. Just, pull that up.
Hello, can you hear me? All right, my name is Gregory Kraft. I'm with Kimley Horn, and address is 115 Fairchild Street, Suite 250, Charleston, South Carolina. So, as mentioned, and I'm trying to make this quick because I know we only got 5 minutes. So, 50 feet of right-of-way along Stromboli Avenue up here on the plan north here was acquired by SCDOT as part of drainage improvements, SCDOT project ID 0037345, according to Ford Port Access Road, a bunch of drainage improvements along this entire corridor, and as well as Collins Street here. And so specifically for this open space requirement, which is for this case, 30% of parking spaces that must be pervious surface, as well as 70% to be impervious, specifically for this case. The loading required for these trucks won't be able to, or I guess pervious surface parking would not be able to be sufficient for the trucks, the trailers, the tractors, all on site. So for a maximum 30% of parking spaces, we physically would not be able to make that possible without extraneous maintenance and imposing on the business operations out there today.
To give them a feel, a distribution facility, if not familiar with them, we're going to have 106 total parking spaces. 28 of those are the standard spaces from the employees, 52 of those are for trailers, and then 24 for the tractors, for the trailers. Particularly with the tractors and trailers, you need that surface. We need that surface below it to support the weight. Here you go.
Yep. So with this site plan and the improvements that we are proposing, heavy-duty concrete, one to support the loading that's going to be required for these trucks and these truck movements and the constant transportation and business operations that will be going on daily. And pervious pavers would not be sufficient for this specific case.
And again, when we talked about the DOT taking, they took all the front parking.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what I'd like to do, and I know you're very excited about this, just one at a time. just one person at a time. That is,
I got to behave. I apologize, Mr. Chair.
that's okay. That's okay.
As far as the pedestrian installation requirement, that's along Column Street here. We're proposing to keep the Stromboli pedestrian access to remain, as well as proposing ADA improvements into the building. However, as part of this SCDOT project, drainage features were installed directly adjacent to the right-of-way. So there is no existing path, one to have, but also we would be imposing on those drainage features.
Just him. He's got to stand alone now. Can't help him.
Am I allowed to go into second variance, or are we only speaking?
Well,
on
you
this
got
one?
the 15 minutes.
Oh, I got 15 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, sweet.
No,
I thought.
you-
Sorry, I
wait
thought
a
we were
minute.
doing
He
it
took 5 of
case
yours.
by case.
You've used 5
Okay,
already, so
perfect.
you got 5 more. Yeah.
Understood. All right. So next variance that's requested is 15. Is for the 15-foot right-of-way landscape buffer along Stromboli, and we're reducing it to 7 feet. So this is Stromboli here. The required landscape buffer will be 15 feet. We're proposing 7 feet due to this SCDOT acquisition that was 50 feet inward. The existing building that was bought prior to Zelda regulations was placed in this location, and 15 feet is not possible, one, to have circulation as well as imposing on the building. We are proposing 7 feet. With the required plantings in this landscape plan, you'll see that the intent of the landscape buffer is met with the required minimum plantings, but it's just at a reduced width. Along Column Street, we're meeting the 15-foot required. Along the residential to the south, we're proposing a masonry wall, a 6-foot masonry wall, and we're also showing kind of a picture of what that would look like down here in the right-hand corner. Our belief is that this masonry wall will, one, reduce sound better than the existing buffer that was there today or previously, and also provide more than efficient screening to the adjacent properties. Also, it would provide the minimum required turning movements and parking for this site to be sufficient for its land use. Let's see. Yep. Along with this, we're going to propose a black vinyl fence along Stromboli as well as column that will tie into the masonry wall, and this masonry wall will extend back up to Stromboli Avenue. As far as the third variance, let's see, open space. So again, back to this SCDOT acquisition, the zoning or the required 10% open space or undisturbed open space is not possible to achieve with the required parking, turning movements, as well as the screening, buffering that's required. So I believe we're, gosh, I can't see it from there. But we are less than 10%, but we are planning as well as screening and we believe giving sufficient green space, open space for an industrial site.
I've got some questions for them that'll help extend their time when you're ready.
Okay. So at this time, I'm going to stop you, but I would like to see your drawings that you have for us. If you would now, do you have anything other than that? So you come in with some things.
Yeah, just put them up here.
You did a good job, young man. I know you were a little nervous. You did a good job. That's good, right? Then come on up here and tell me what you have, please. If you bring your stick up here, because I want everybody to be able to see it. Yeah. But I don't know what he's got up there. Is that all the same stuff?
Yes, it is. Just
Okay.
broken down a little bit easier to see. We were not sure if they were going to be showing up on the screen.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure either. So what you had?
With
That
the
I-
other conditions, Mr. Chair, we wanted to have redundant.
I see. All right.
So,
Yeah, that's good. We can see all those.
Thank you. All right, so now here's the way I want to play this game. One of you will be able to answer all the questions, okay? Which one of you would like to volunteer to stand up to take all those questions? Because I don't want to go back and forth.
Can he whisper in my ear?
Engineer.
As long as it's pertinent to the case, yes, but just one.
All right, you got the least member of the team, but I'm ready to go, sir.
All right, so I'm going to start off on my right. I'm going to let Mr. Neal fire off a few questions.
Yes,
okay?
sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mine are pretty easy, Mr. Yates. So I think, Ms. Working, if we could pull up the site plan that I believe is in front of us here, it's the one that shows all the parking spaces. And I have a question for the applicant, but then I also want some things determined on the parking. So, have we got it up now? Oh, great, that's exactly right. So, Mr. Yates, the top left corner,
Yes,
is
sir.
that concrete right now? What is that surface right there in the top corner?
The very top corner is some concrete,
Okay.
the very top corner, but as you come on down, we start to lose it.
Okay. So then, your office building there, you mentioned about, one of your variances here is basically about parking spaces and impervious surfaces. I think that's the first variance request we have tonight. So if the requirement is 30% of the parking spaces, if I did my math right or read this drawing right, it looks like there's 106 spots. The required parking for the county is 24. So if we had 30% of the 24, which is about 7 or 8 spots, impervious, that would help things whether we meet all the requirements or not. Are you have any parking being set aside on impervious material where you could use for like office staff? Because I understand the breakdown of your trailers and all of that type of stuff, the use of the property. Is there anything we could do on the front of the building area that could help make this a little bit better, along with maybe some green space? Is there anything we could do there?
That's something we discussed. Obviously, the 52 trailer and the 24 tractor, we
Right.
need to have the weight.
Right.
We need to be able to support the weight. In the lower right-hand side of the design, you see what are the 28, what we call standard parking. Those are not the ADA parking, which are up on Stromboli. We do have some potential inside of that 28 spaces to do some pervious. We do have some potential there. The balance of it, where we're going to have, and if you look, you can see the longer spaces are obviously the 11 by 53. Those are trailer spaces. The 12 by 30, the smaller ones are tractor. So those we have to have the support beneath, which the pervious surface will not work for any spirit.
That's why I was asking about with your building up top, if you're going to put staff in those parking spots. You're telling me now that the staff is probably going to be
Yes,
on
sir.
the lower left side by whatever that other street is?
And again, you're hitting on the taking, Mr. Neal. They sort of took the front from us. So the only thing we have up top, we have the 2 ADA or handicap spaces and one more just standard space. What we did is we moved the staff parking down to this section of the site plan, and those are standard spaces. So if we had any area we could try to create some pervious, it would be down in there.
And following up on the green space question, the upper left corner, I mean, that's why I was asking, what's the material there now? If it's concrete now, is there something we could take away and turn into a green space area if it's not going to be used for anything else?
Well, we're going to have, let's go to the landscaping sheet. Can you switch to the? Yeah. You can see the landscaping around there. It's just sort of a grassy area now.
Oh, so that's not concrete?
Yeah, concrete right above it. Concrete right above it.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's actually the riprap, yeah. Yeah, riprap right above it.
So
That
is
is sort
planned
of
to
the
be
corner,
landscaped.
that's the corner of the drainage feature.
Okay.
You have the drainage feature down Stromboli, and then the drainage feature comes down Column. So we're right up against the
You
drainage
addressed my
feature.
question. So you're making the green space right there on the corner of the entry to the property.
Yeah.
So that satisfies my landscape requirements. I was just trying to understand where we could put your staff parking to not harm the functionality of the property. So anything you could do to make the staff parking, whether it's 10 cars, 15 cars, again, my math with the requirements for the county of 24, 30% is 7 spots. If you could take half of that and make it impervious material, I'm happy to make something. If that's something y'all can say, hey, we can do, we can just make that real easily done, I would think.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of thing, if you want to say, we have a total of 27 spaces down there.
Yeah.
If, say, we take 7 of them, make them pervious.
Yeah.
Yeah, take 7 of the 27 and
Well,
use
I'm
the
not changing
pervious.
your plan. I'm just saying if that's something that y'all are open to, then that meets a lot of the spirit of the requirements, and then you're doing the other thing. And then my last follow-up, Mr. Chair, was I just need to understand the wall back there. We're moving the requirement. We're waiving the requirement, and just explain how that wall is not going to impact anything back there. I mean, it doesn't look like, I don't know what's behind there. If there's homes or if you've told the homeowners back there that they're okay and this is what they want or whatever.
Yeah, that's where, and I was, I'm sorry he had to leave, but in talking to Skip, and we have this gentleman, working with Union Heights and working with the county, the idea with the wall is to create the sound baffling and create the separation. Previously, in that area, there was some vegetation, but unfortunately, you're near a port, things going on. There was a lot of theft out of the trailers. So our folks were recommended by local law enforcement years back, you got to get rid of the vegetation. That's just aiding the theft, it's leading to problems. So with the wall, that helps with theft. And also the purpose of the wall, we want to separate the 2 uses and particularly separate the sound between the 2 uses. That was our goal.
You've got the support of the neighbors, of the property owners behind you in Union Heights there.
We do. We have a letter from Mr. Skip Michael where he outlined that. We discussed the wall with him, and he's asked further, which Mr. Fromer has agreed to. We will document his request in an agreement between Crown Central Transport and Union Heights Community Council.
That's very helpful. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm good.
Okay. Mr. Sedell, you have any questions, sir?
No, I don't.
I'm going to start with Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
So, I see, I'm looking at the 30% requirement, parking space must have impervious surface, and the 70% requirement. Is there a different percentage that will work for you all? Just as a follow-up to the past question.
Yeah, we were looking in that lower area on the lower left there, where we have the standard, what we call standard parking.
Yeah.
We were thinking we could take 7 of those. There's a total of 27 down there, 1 up front. We could take 7 of those 27 and make those pervious to try to get closer
So
to
what
meeting.
percentage will you be at that point?
Of the standard parking, that'd be 7 over 28, roughly 40%, yeah, 30.
You said what? 25%.
Yeah.
Would you be okay with putting that into the requirements?
Yes, sir. If it's a
Okay.
condition of approval, yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Okay. All right. My other question: to waive the pedestrian way installation requirement, explain this pedestrian way for us, please?
Okay. The pedestrian way, there will be a pedestrian way on Stromboli. There's room on Stromboli. With the drainage feature coming down Column, there will not be, nor is there today, a pedestrian way on Column. In terms of pedestrian way to get to the office building, the employees will park there. They're able to go through our gate and walk across pavement to the office building.
So there is a pedestrian way that you're going to design, but why do you need it waived?
The pedestrian way will just be walking through the trailer parking area.
So for the definition of these requirements, do you still need to waive the pedestrian way? Or
Yes,
do you-
sir. Yes, along Column.
Is that specified somewhere, or?
It was one of our requests, yeah, to waive it. We'll have it on Stromboli,
Yes, sir.
but not down Column.
Not on column. Okay, thank you. Those are my questions for 881, 781, thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Yates,
Mr.
just
Nelson.
a couple of questions. Good to see you. I'm
Good to
glad
see you,
made it
sir.
Tonight. One, what would the height of the masonry wall be on the back?
It's shown on the plans around 6 feet.
Okay. And the only other question I had, I wanted to clarify one thing that Mr. Kraft said. I think he alluded to the other fencing as vinyl, but that's going to be aluminum fencing.
It's
correct?
going to be aluminum fencing, and that'll run Column, Stromboli,
Okay. All
and
right.
also around the standard parking area.
Okay. Very good. I think I'm good.
Thank you. You made some mention of a black vinyl screening.
The screening area, right on the office building, we have the dumpster area. That'll be chain link with shade cloth. I think Mr. Kraft, we made him do a lot of work earlier. He got a little confused when there was a lot to it. What we're talking about with that is actually an aluminum fence that would run Stromboli down Column and sort of encompass in the employee or standard parking area.
Okay. So this illustration, yes, that we have up here, the top right, is that what someone will see from the neighborhood side, or that's going to be on the inside? This top illustration with the 3 shrubs, or wait a minute, 5 little shrubs there. What side will be shown to the neighbors that's adjacent to you?
The neighbors to the south will have the wall.
Oh, they have the wall, but will there be landscaping on that side?
No.
Okay.
They'll have a
So-
wall to the south, wall to the east, landscape and fence to the west and north.
Okay. All right. And that should stop, that
Yeah.
should stop a lot. Okay.
And again, that goes back to when there was more vegetation on the site, some issues that were raised and some advice from local law enforcement.
Okay. And you've had an opportunity to talk with the community. There's several houses back there.
Right. Again, they were kind enough to come see us right before the hearing. We were fortunate the weather gave us more time to talk. The inclement weather gave us a little more time in the hallway, and they have some requests, and we feel we can work with all their requests.
Enlighten me, what were those requests?
There was one about abandoning an easement on the north side of the property, but that gets into where we're talking about the wall. They wanted to, number 2, remove all vegetation along all property lines. We're obviously going to have some buffering up front for the Zeldar. They had asked for in the rear a 10-foot high privacy fence constructed of treated wood. We're going to go with the 6-foot masonry. They said something about a additional buffer on the southern side of evergreen and flowers. We discussed that with Skip, and I think we're okay with just the wall to reduce the sound. They want us to maintain the privacy fence, and their last one's to document the terms and conditions with an agreement between Mr. Patty of Crown and Union Heights Community Council.
Duly noted. And our minutes as well. Okay.
So with their 6 conditions, we were able to work out or come about 70%.
Okay. All right. Any other questions from this board? Yes, Mr. Williams, you have another question?
Yes, sir. So for case 00782 ending in 782, you request the 15-foot right-of-way landscape buffer to be reduced to what? And the 60-foot land use buffer to reduce to what?
The 15-foot buffer, type B buffer, will be in place along Column. Due to the taking along Stromboli, I always pronounce it wrong, I apologize. That'll go down to 7 foot on Stromboli, and then in the rear, we will go with the 6-foot masonry wall. Yeah.
And then the 60-foot land use buffer to what now?
That we are replacing that with the masonry wall.
The masonry wall.
Yeah, and the goal there, the problems with vegetation before, and also the wall has the better effect of sound deafening and gives that separation between the residential to the distribution facility.
And then my other question, number 83, you're asking not to have to place plant shrubbery at the foundations?
Yeah, it's there's what they call the foundation planning, where you have a 2-foot wide bed. If you've been out there, they wouldn't last that long. They're trucks going in and out. They would last about maybe 30 minutes. So we're going to ask that be waived.
My last question is about the wood fence that the community requested. Why would you be opposed to the wood fence? Because it seems like they would want it for aesthetics or.
We were going for more permanence. That's why we're going with the aluminum that holds up better, and also why we're going with masonry in the back. Wood would be great for us because it's cheaper, but we want to do it right, and we want to do something lasting that is not going to weather poorly over time. So while more expensive for us, in my opinion, it has more durability. It has more durability.
For aesthetics, are you all planting shrubbery at the fences?
They will be, you will have the landscaping along Stromboli, the 7-foot wide. You'll have the 15-foot buffer coming down Column. You will then have some additional bit of landscaping that will be around the mechanical systems on the back of the building.
Okay, thank you.
Follow-up, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
Just in case there is a motion that's made on this, I want to make sure the condition that you've agreed to for the impervious parking spots, I use the right terminology, so that you're calling that the standard parking? What are you calling that area?
Standard parking, just because of the size, the 9 by 20.
The interior standard parking.
Right.
Along what street is that?
That is Column Street, and it would be the southwest corner of the property.
So you're fine with 25% of that space being impervious? Is that correct?
Pervious.
Impervious, yeah.
25%
I meant impervious, yes.
Yeah.
25% of that,
Yeah.
as an additional condition for the, if a motion is made for approval. I just want to make sure, I don't want to put words, I don't want to make a condition that we're on the same page.
Yes,
Is
sir.
that right, Ms.
Yes,
Yates?
sir.
Okay.
So
I'm fine,
it would
thank you.
be a total of those, there are 27 down in there. We would convert 7 of them to a pervious.
Okay, so you'd rather go with 7 spots, the area totaling 7 spots.
Yeah.
Parking spots, instead of using a percentage. We'll just say 7 spots. I'm fine with that. I think that's a good contribution back to it to try to meet that threshold.
And the only reason I went that, I can't do the math that quickly
I
in my
understand.
head. I was trying to do it in my head, I wasn't able to do it. So I
No
hope
problem.
so.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. I think that answers all our questions. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Very good. Please, sir, state your name and address for the record. Tell us why.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Irvin McDaniel.
A little louder one more time. I'm
Good
sorry.
evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Irvin McDaniel. I live at 1530 San Brawl Landing Drive. I'm here with my niece who lives at 2007 Hampton Street. Before the meeting started, we met with Mr. Yates, and also as part of that party was Mr. Skip Kidwell, who's the president of the Union Heights Community Council. And like he said, the community presented the conditions, and Mr. Yates talked about the 6 feet masonry wall at the rear. So Mr. Skip and the community agreed with that because they thought, like he said, the 6 feet masonry wall would be much more permanent, and also the sound barrier. So they agreed with that, and the communities, supported the issuance of the variances with the conditions that the staff recommended, any other conditions that the chair and the board would make, so the community support of the request.
Okay. Let's see if anyone have any questions. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. Quick
Yes, sir.
question. Do you feel like it's going to be an improvement to the area? So you feel like it'll be an improvement?
Yes,
you think it'll look better?
Right now, the site looks like an industrial site. They're doing the landscaping along column, because columns sort of adjacent to the community, and also with the fence. So we feel as though, the aesthetics will be improved with the landscaping also along Strum Valley. Community thinks it's a good thing.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Neal?
Yeah, I heard a comment earlier from one of my fellow board members about the aesthetics of the fence, and y'all are fine with masonry wall back there instead of a wood fence, and they're going with a nicer aluminum. So if you're fine with that aesthetics for Union Heights area?
Yes, Mr. Skip
Safety.
said that he's totally agree with the masonry wall.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that you're supportive of that. Thank you.
Anyone else? So let me ask this. You live on what street again, please?
Okay, my niece's property is at 2007 Hampton, which is, it's the street facing the rear of the site. So Hampton Avenue, street facing the rear of the site. You're right there, Hampton Avenue.
Okay.
Right behind it.
Yeah, she's right behind it. Okay.
Yeah.
Is that directly behind it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you so very much for your
Okay,
testimony.
thank you.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Board members, at this time, do we have any more questions of staff? Do we have any discussion? So, okay.
I would personally like to thank staff for working with them to remove 83 variance requests and bring it down to 3. That is much appreciated.
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for staff. Can we pull up the slide that has the conditions that staff had put in that they wanted? So it was just these 2, right? And the applicant has mentioned a third one about the parking.
7 spots. Go ahead.
Yeah, the 7 spots being pervious. All right, that's fine. I just make sure we're on the same page. Thank you.
All right. With that being said, any other questions of staff? Okay. Any other discussion? So at this time, gentlemen, I would like to get a motion to either approve or deny all 3 or separately. And just make sure we address each one by case number. Okay? Do we have anyone? All right, Mr. Williams, I see your hand, sir.
Yes, sir. So you want me to do each case separately or together?
Separately, please.
Case number BZA 0524000781. I move to approve this case. I believe that it meets all conditions set forth here for various different reasons. The takings by the SCDOT recently, everybody's aware of the port expansion. So I believe it meets all 7 of the conditions. I would like to add the additional additional conditions set forth by staff for 00781, which is number 1, Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. Number 2, the applicant shall install the masonry wall and aluminum fencing as shown on the site plan and extend the masonry wall along the parking area adjacent to residences as shown below to mitigate the buffer reduction.
Mr. Williams, I hate to stop you.
Yes, sir.
But you're going to have to go through each one of these criteria. So.
Yeah, so going back to the criteria, number 1, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. As they mentioned here, there was a SCDOT taking that took place to widen Stromboli Avenue. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other property in the vicinity. That is true. While the SCDOT's expansion of the Stromboli Avenue right-of-way affected nearly all neighboring properties, the drainage installation along Collins Street only affected this subject property. So I believe it meets number 2. Number 3, because of these conditions, the application of this ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit the use. As the applicant mentions, the application of this property ordinance to this address, Stromboli Avenue, unreasonably restricts the utilization of the property, again, because of the SCDOT takings in preparation for the Port Authority expansion. At least number 4, the authorization of variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent properties or to the public good. As we see, the applicant has worked with the neighborhood, Union Heights, which we know is neighboring this property. That neighborhood is near the property. Means number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect which would be to allow the establishment of a use not otherwise permitted in the zoning district. The variance request does not does meet the zoning district requirements. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. As stated before, there was a SCDOT taking that took place concerning different portions of the property. So that applies. Number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. It does not conflict with the comprehensive plan. And so I'd like to submit additional conditions, number 1 and 2, submitted by staff. And I'd like to add a additional condition, number 3, that there will be 7 pervious surface parking lot spots existing on this property according to the plan set forth. That's my motion for the first criteria, first case.
All right, so we have a motion that's been properly moved and second by Mr. Neal. Any discussion?
Did we need to clarify that the special condition is just for the standard parking and not for the tractor-trailer parking for the sake of clarity?
That's a great question.
Mr. Williams, would you restate your condition number 2?
Condition number 3 applies. I'd like to restate it to make it as it applies to the standard parking and not to the tractor-trailer parking.
On the southwest part of the property.
On the southwest part of the property.
7 spots in that area.
7 pervious spots.
Right.
In that area.
And that goes along with your...
Yes, without a doubt.
Okay. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Raise your right hand.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? That goes for that one. For us. Passes. The next one.
We're looking at case BZA 0524000782. I believe it does meet all conditions for the variance. The variance request is concerning reducing the required 15-foot right-of-way landscape buffer along Stromboli Avenue and reducing the required 60-foot landscape use buffer for a distribution facility. So I believe it meets criteria. Okay, so looking at criteria number 1, there are extraordinary exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. I believe that there are extraordinary conditions. This property was a transportation facility property for a long time, as stated, and then there were various changes to the area, including SCDOT changes and adjustments. That meets number 1. So it wasn't. So they are extraordinary conditions. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. Again, this is a unique property where it sits and where it stands. near the DOT Port Authority, the SCDOT's expansion. Number 3, because of those conditions, our application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. Again, this property was adjusted and various changes took place on this property. Number 4, the authorization of a variance will not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good, and the character of the zoning district will not be harmed by the granting of the variance. We heard from the testimony that this property will not negatively impact the surrounding neighborhood, as we heard from the witness. Number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of use not otherwise permitted in this zoning district. We know that this does meet the zoning requirements in this district. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. The applicant has worked to adjust to the DOT takings and everything that's took place on that property. So they had to adjust to actions that was not the applicant's. Number 7, the granting of the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance. It does not conflict with the comprehensive plan, as stated by staff. And I would like to add, once again, criteria 1 and 2 submitted by staff. Condition 1 and 2, as added by staff. That's my motion.
Do I have a second?
Second.
President Nelson. Questions? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raise your right hand. Aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous. One more. Last one, sir.
Case number BZA 0524000783. I move to approve this request for variance to waive the requirement that the site comprise of at least 10% undisturbed open space that is either part or contiguous with the perimeter buffer, and to eliminate the foundation planting for a distribution facility. Looking at the various requirements down set forth, we know that we have looking at the criteria, number 1 on the requirements, there are extraordinary and exceptional conditions pertaining to the particular piece of property. Again, the SCDOT changes reduced the footprint of this property, so it meets the criteria number 1. Number 2, these conditions do not generally apply to other properties in the vicinity. It meets that criteria because of the adjustments and changes near that property. Because of these conditions, the application of the ordinance to the particular piece of property would effectively prohibit or unreasonably restrict the utilization of the property. As we know, they are trying to set up a distribution facility on this property, and it is restrictive as it stands, and so it meets criteria 3. Number 4, the authorization of variance would not be of substantial detriment to the adjacent property or to the public good and to the character of the zone district, and would not be harmed by the granting of the variance. It meets 4, as we know the testimony that took place from the community, and Union Heights Association does agree, and they have spoken to the community. So number 5, the Board of Zoning Appeals shall not grant a variance to the effect of which would be to allow the establishment of use not otherwise permitted in a zone district or to extend physically a non-conforming use of the land. It meets number 5 because it does meet the zoning in that area, in that district. Number 6, the need for the variance is not the result of the applicant's own actions. That it meets number 6 because, once again, there were SCDOT takings of a portion of the subject properties to widen Stromboli Avenue and install drainage along Column Street, along with the strong recommendation. So, in other words, the SCDOT did impact that property. Number 7, granting the variance does not substantially conflict with the comprehensive plan or the purpose of the ordinance set forth. I believe it meets number 7 because it doesn't conflict with the comprehensive plan.
Okay.
And I'd like to add the recommendations and conditions 1 and 2 set forth by staff, placed by staff.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any questions or discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. That also passes. So congratulations, within 10 days, You'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Thank you so very much and good night.
Mr. Ray, I hope I'm not out of order. Ms. Smalls, on any of those 3 cases just now, did you vote on any of them? We just want to make sure
No.
for the record. Thank you.
She didn't.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've been here since 4. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will reconvene at that time.
We got 2.
Okay, at this time, we will resume our meeting. And what do we live off on? 8-3, right?
8-5, are we on now?
8-5, yes, thank you. So our next case will be BZA 05-24-00785, and that will be done by Mr. Joshua Dowie.
All right, so BZA case 05-24-00785, the applicant and property owner, Edith DeBoe Schuler of Clubwick WLLC is requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 136 Plymouth Avenue, TMS number 34302-00102 on James Island in Charleston County. The subject property and all surrounding properties are located within the R4 zoning district. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1950 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 2 bedrooms and has shown 4 parking spaces on their site plan. The part of their letter, the applicant's letter of intent is explains we're requesting a special exception and extended home rental permit allowing guests less than 29 days for a fee for a maximum of 144 days in aggregate. For 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. 3 letters of support from our neighbors are attached. So here's the definition and ZLDR as it relates to short-term rentals. That is the subject property. The radius map. An aerial view of the subject property. And a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. Staff conducted a site visit on the 12th of June. The single family residence and the parking. Some of the surrounding properties. Plymouth Avenue and Coker Avenue. These were photos provided by the applicant. The site plan and the tenant notice. The plat of the property. So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 05-24-00785, a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 136 Plymouth Avenue, TMS number 343-02-00102 on James Island in Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. Please note that the board may modify any of staff's recommended conditions below including but not limited to restricting the number of days that the short-term rental may be used. In the event that the board decides to approve the application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the limited short-term rental site plan review process. You shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. In addition to the letters in support, we did receive 2 letters in opposition. Are there any questions?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My standard question in the area, do we have any type of count of how many in Riverland Terrace that are been approved by this board?
Approved by the board? I'm not sure. However, Riverland Terrace has several extended home rentals. I believe, if I'm thinking correctly, this board has seen a majority of the ones that have come through that are EHR, a majority would have been in the Riverland Terrace neighborhood. That is probably per capita. If I'm thinking about a residential neighborhood that has the highest number of short-term rentals, it would probably be Riverland Terrace.
Yeah, without a doubt. It would really be helpful if we could have some way of having a chart or a map or a quantity or something like that so we could see percentages of the neighborhoods and stuff. I mean, I know that's a tremendous task and undertaking, but that sure would be helpful. down the road. But thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any more questions? Thank you, sir. Is the applicant present? Very good. Please come forward. Please state your name and address for the record. You may want to pull that mic down because we want to hear every word that you have to say tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Edith DeBose Shaler, 144 Plymouth Avenue, Charleston, 29412. Did prepare a few notes just to try to be brief here. But the subject property is 136 Plymouth Avenue. And 15 months ago, in March 2023, we submitted our application to the short-term rental department for this property. After receiving feedback from the county, we made 2 site changes to comply with property lines. Plus, we permitted for and installed a driveway. My permanent residence of 22 years is next door to the subject property. We cherish our street. We cherish our neighborhood. We're actively involved in Riverland Terrace. We have notified all the immediate neighbors. We ourselves are one of them. And many, in addition, who are also in close proximity. We have received favorable feedback. This is the first I've learned about the letters of opposition, so I've not been approached by those individuals that would have written in letters. For all of the interaction we've had, it's been very favorable because I learned in this process, town of James Island as a community actually doesn't have hotels, which I've lived there 20 years and I've never noticed that myself. But people who live in the neighborhood like the idea of people being able to have short-term housing close by when they visit their family and when the friends come to visit. So that's the reaction we've had so far. Because we live next door, we feel, I say we because I'm next door with my husband, we feel confident that we can react swiftly to any types of issues that come up. I think noise would probably be the big one that everyone thinks of in a neighborhood. I believe, without trying to delay it, I believe that sort of, why are we doing this, I guess would be a question. We are in a home, a 1950s home also with 1 bathroom. We've never added on. We maintain the property ourselves. We don't pay a property manager. We do the yard work. We do the interior, the exterior. We currently have long-term renters, and we're unable to ever use the property because of long-term renters. We would love to be able to have when our 23-year-old son comes to town and the property's not already rented, we would love to have overflow ability for the home next door, for son, for mothers. And yet we have to, in order to keep the property, we have to have an income to some degree, whether it's a long-term renter or short-term. So this would be very helpful to us. And again, I do believe it's been regarded favorably in the neighborhood as being a great option for others there too.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Let me see if I have a hand up already. I'm going to go with Mr. Siddell first.
Okay. Michelle, thank you very much for your comments. You said you lived in your current home 20 years. Was that 22?
2002 was when.
Oh, 2000. You've lived there since 2002.
Yes.
Yes. And
22 years, I guess.
20. Yeah. And do you plan to continue to reside in that home?
Yes.
For the foreseeable future?
Yes. This is next door to the subject property.
Yes. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Very
Thank you.
invested in the home and the neighborhood.
Thank you.
Yeah, if staff could pull up either the aerial map that shows the subject property and zoom back out, because I'm interested. I noticed the applicant said she lives next door, so I'd like to point out, if we can look at that picture, which house is yours that you're living in, and then I believe there was 2 or 3 letters of support and that said that they were exact neighbors. Could you point out and just understand tell the board where these people are?
Sure. So I guess below the blue line property, oh, thank you, Joshua. That's the home I live in. Oop.
Okay. And then how about the letters of support? Do you happen to know which ones those are that wrote those for you?
Okay. So where it says subject property, where the words are off to the right with the comment arrow, that home just below that, yes, thank you. That is Scott and Ella Cowan, who wrote a letter of support. So that's the other adjacent property owner in addition to us. And then across the street would be, actually, yes, thank you. That neighbor was there prior to my buying in 2002, she wrote a letter of support. And then the third letter of support was from a neighbor who's over on Parkway. So that would be one street over above Coker Avenue there.
Everything around you is in support of so far from what we can tell.
Yes.
Right. And then my last question is, are you using Airbnb or VBRO, or you said you're the property manager, but are you using a listing group to find your potential tenants? And what type of screening process do you have for those people that have come in?
Well, the majority of renters we've had have been, which is 5 over a approximate 2.5 year period, because again, it's long term. Right. That's mainly been people in the neighborhood, word of mouth. So maybe they have a house under construction and they need a short term, shouldn't use the word short term, but they need a launch pad for the 6 to 9 months that it takes for their home to be renovated or added on or built. We had one renter through the marketing platform, online marketing platform of VRBO. It was a 3-month rental. How I screened them, that's a hard question. And I'd have to think about that a little bit.
Something that we see is common, if people are going to use them for short-term rentals that are going to be 3 to 5 day stays, a lot of times if short-term rentals can also be 30 days, 60 days, 90 days or something like that. So it's just something to consider. I was just wondering if you had something in place, but that's something to consider moving forward, just to help your neighbors and stuff. But you've done the harder thing, which is we don't see all the time, is that you've got 75% of your bordering neighbors already in favor. So I applaud you for that already. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Anybody else? At that time. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you all very much.
Do we have anyone else to support this application? Do we have anyone else in support? Do we have any opposition? Anyone in opposition? Very good. Thank you so very much. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do we have any questions for staff? Any general discussion? Therefore, I'd like to get a motion to either approve or deny. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, I make, in the matter of BCA 0524000785, I move that we approve the short-term rental. I find it meets all the requirements for approval. It's incompatible with existing uses in the vicinity and not adversely affect the welfare or character of the immediate vicinity. The adequate provision has been made to protect the adjacent properties. The homeowner herself lives next door and will be maintaining and observing any renters there. She also has secured the support of adjacent neighbors, so that she has satisfied them that the protection of adjacent properties has been made, and that this complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and laws and standards of the ordinance. There are 4 conditions the staff has made, and they'll have to be met as part of this proposal for approval.
Okay. We have Mr. Nelson with a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you. So congratulations, your application has been approved, and within 10 days, you'll be getting information from staff letting you know the next steps in the process. Congratulations and good night. I see Mr. Dow is going back up for our next case, BZA 0524-00786.
BZA case 0524-00786. The applicant, Emily Glenn, and the property owner, John Glenn, are requesting a special exception to establish a short-term rental extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 844 Trent Street, TMS number 310200102 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County. The subject property and the properties to the south, southeast, and southwest are located within the R4 zoning district. The properties to the north, northeast, northwest, and west are located within the city of Charleston's jurisdiction. The property contains a single-family residence that was constructed in 1966 per Charleston County records. The applicant would like to rent 3 bedrooms in the single-family residence and has shown 6 parking spaces on their site plan. The applicant's letter of intent explains the proposed use at 844 Trent Street is to provide a temporary accommodation for our guests. We intend to use the property to operate a short-term rental for a total of 144 days per year per local law. So again, that is the definition in the ZLDR as it relates to short-term rentals. The subject property, the 300-foot radius map, an aerial view of the subject property, and a zoomed out aerial view of the subject property. This is the site. So staff conducted a site visit on June 12th, 2024. The single family residence and the proposed parking, surrounding properties in Trent Street. This was the site plan submitted to Charleston County staff, along with the tenant notice, the plat.
This is Melrose, 17 South out.
So staff believes that all 3 of the criteria for this application may have been met. So the Board of Zoning Appeals may approve with conditions, or deny BZA case 0524-00786, a special exception to establish a short-term rental, extended home rental in the low-density R4 zoning district at 844 Trent Street, TMS number 31002-00102 in the St. Andrews area of Charleston County, based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. The board may modify any of staff's recommended conditions below, including but not limited to restricting the number of days that the short-term rental may be used. In the event that the board decides to approve this application, the board should consider the following recommendations by staff. Prior to the zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the short-term rental limited site plan review process. The use shall comply with all requirements of Article 6.8. The property shall not be used for more than 144 days in aggregate during any calendar year, and the property owner shall be responsible for ensuring that the tenants comply with the Charleston County noise ordinance. Are there any questions of staff?
Any questions? Thank you, sir, again. Is the applicant present? Yes. Please tell us your name and address for our record, please.
My name is Emily Glenn, and my address, well, I don't live at this address. Is this the one you want?
A little louder, one more time.
Do you want you want my...
Your address where you reside.
I live at 3036 South Shore Drive, 29407, Charleston.
Okay. Thank you. Please tell us why we should approve your application.
Well, I have done, we've been approved by everything so far. I have kind of history in this neighborhood. I know it's a family neighborhood, a lot of young professionals, but a lot of the people that I know in this neighborhood have been there for many, many years. I've had personal family that's lived there throughout the years. We have, I don't think they got their letter in time, but the neighbors directly across the street from us have been there for years, and like 20 years, and they're fine with it. They love the idea. The home values go up. And there is another one kind of on the corner. I'm not sure if they are short-term, but they do rent it month to month. So I know there's a couple houses in the neighborhood that do, but not too many. Do you have any other questions? I don't know.
That's all you want to tell us?
That's what I have to say, I guess, yeah.
Okay. So have you ever lived in this home?
Not in this home, no. I have a house that I bought in 2015 that is also in the neighborhood, and my family has lived in it. I lived in it temporarily before I got married. But we care about this neighborhood a lot. We don't want to see too much change, but we think that it's good for the neighborhood and good for the neighbors.
Okay. Let's see if anyone has, yes, sir, question for you.
Thank you, Ms. Glenn, for your outline. I was curious. I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Do you live in this neighborhood yourself?
I don't live there permanently, no.
And I noticed in the plan that you submitted for the approval that you had outlined 6 parking spaces.
Yes, sir.
for
It's
this.
a big parking lot.
How many people do you plan to rent this house to? How many people, what's the maximum occupancy that you?
I believe it was 8. It's 3 bedrooms, so I was told to put 6 to 8 people. It wouldn't be more than that. 'Cause,
6 to 8 people.
yeah, there's only 3 bedrooms, so that's really what we wanted to do. It's just 6.
How would 8 people be accommodated in a 3-bedroom house?
I think that I put 6 on there. I think I just.
Mrs. Seidel. I remember having our pre-application with Ms. Glenn. The 6 parking spaces, what was required was 5. They could have put anything more than that. They also said if someone wanted to sleep like in the living room or on a pull-out couch, they wanted to know what the parameters were around about that. And I told them the maximum number of guests would need to be reflected in that. So if on their Airbnb listing it had 8 guests, that whatever their maximum number of guests would be on their Airbnb listing, we would also like to see that in the reflection on their plan. So that's where the number 8 came from. So living room, quarters, the entire house could accommodate 8 people.
Yes,
if someone
totally.
decided to sleep in the living room or something of that nature.
Taking into consideration kids too, so.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maximum allowed would be 8.
But 6 cars indicates 6 individual families or separate people, right, with separate cars, not a family or 3 families.
No, yeah, just 6 cars.
Not necessarily, Mr. Seidel. So the zoning and
It
land.
just, I understand it doesn't necessarily mean that, but it would seem that preparing for a lot of people to stay there.
Right, that's more of a zoning and land regulations requirements due to the number of parking spaces and how we calculate parking for a short-term rental case. So it's 2 for the structure and then 1 for every permitted bedroom after that. So they just put an extra one on the site plan, but 5 would have been the requirement. So.
Okay. I have one more
Yes,
question.
please.
Thank you. How do you plan, are you listing with Airbnb or how do you, are you?
It currently is for 30 or more days. It's been on there. Like I said, I had neighbors across the street have used it. And then we have people that are doing work with a contract in Charleston County that are there now. And they've been there for about 5 months, 4 months.
And the provision is for 30 or more days is your
Yes,
rental agreement?
yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
2 quick questions. One, do you have any other properties that are already short-term rentals approval from?
This is the first.
This is your only?
Yes.
Would you be okay with if your conditional approval, if your approval was conditioned to maximum of 6 people in the house instead of 8? 8 just seems a lot with 3 bedrooms. I hate to see people having to sleep in other rooms. I understand kids and stuff, but 8 seems to be an awful lot.
Is that 6 adults or are you talking about 6 total with children? I mean, we just did it because he had mentioned
I
to like
understand.
boost it up because we had the extra spots, but we're fine with 6. I mean, it's only 3 bedrooms, so that's kind of been our plan the whole time.
And the other question, is that something that we have regulated before or put conditions on, or we have not? We have not. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to add, not that you can't regulate it,
Right.
but staff would shy away from regulating
understand.
that.
I got no problem. Thank you. Any questions on this side? Thank you so very much for
you.
your testimony. Thank you. Do we have anyone else to speak in support of this application? I got everybody on one side of the room. That's fine.
Yeah, two people on the right, in the back.
Oh, Lord, way in the back. Y'all hiding out. There you go. Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. Case closed to the public. Board members, any questions of staff? Any other general discussion? If not, can I have a motion to either approve or deny this particular case? 786. Anybody want to give a shot at it? Anybody on the end over there?
I did a long case.
Yes, you did. Mr. Chair, I could make a motion unless Ms. Smalls is ready.
I'm just trying to find it, but I'm happy to make it.
Go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
All right. Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0524000786, I would make a motion that we approve this request. That one, the use is compatible. It is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. I do believe the applicant has made adequate provisions to meet that criterion. That for criterion 2, that adequate provisions have been made for items such as setbacks, buffering, fences, landscaping to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence of the proposed STRP use. As the applicant has stated in her letter, the property has a large fenced-in backyard that provides extra privacy for the neighbors, so we meet that criterion. And for criterion 3, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, and applicable STRP site plan review requirements of this ordinance. The proposal doesn't violate any neighborhood laws, so we meet that criterion. In making this motion, I would add the 4 special conditions recommended by staff. That is my motion.
Thank you, sir. Second. All right, we have a motion that has been properly moved and second. Any discussion? Question? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand. Aye. Any opposed? It approves. Congratulations on your application being approved. Within 10 days, our staff, our wonderful staff, will be letting you know the next steps in the process, okay? Thank you again, and I bid you good night. So that was 85, right?
Yeah, that was 86.
86, excuse me.
That was 86, we're on 88.
88. So our next case is being done by Ms. Workin, BZA 0527-00788.
The applicant, Hank Walpole, and the property owner, Gary Glover of Long Hill Farms Limited Partnership, LP, are requesting a special exception for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the Rural Agricultural AG8 zoning district, and that's at 3621 Bonchi Road, TMS number 215000190 on Johns Island in Charleston County. The subject property and properties to the east, west, and southwest are located in the Rural Agricultural AG8 zoning district. The property to the north is zone plan development, and the property to the south is located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district. Currently, the 33.67 acre property, lot A2, for agricultural use only on the approved and recorded plat is in the site plan review process to retroactively permit an irrigation pond. The proposed finished pond will be 6.63 acres. The applicant's letter explains, in quote, in July of 2017, we received a permit from SCDHEC to construct an irrigation pond to serve our farms, including irrigating a tree nursery and 28 acres of crops. Material was used on the site to build farm access roads, and remaining was approved to various builders and landscapers on the Sea Islands. Pond excavation is complete. We are requesting a permit to finish the sloping and the seeding of the bank. This is the zoning ordinance requirements for AGA resource extraction mining. And this is the radius map, aerial. We posted the property on June 12th, 2024. This is the stop work order, and then you can see photographs of the pond. Josh did go out with a couple other county folks and did some drone photographs on June 20th. So we have those in your packet as well. And we do have one video for this. Let's see if I can get it to work. There we go. Site plan and the plat. Regarding the approval criteria, we stated that it meets, oh Lord, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, and it may meet 6. The board may approve with conditions or deny the request based on the BZA's finding of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary. We do have 2 suggested conditions for this case. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. And 2, the days and hours of operation for the project shall not exceed Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. And again, they're just, reason we only did the 2 conditions is they're technically done mining. They're just trying to finish the project.
All right. Yes, sir.
So I'm just confused here. The project is already completed, or is almost to be completed, or it ran out of time and needs more time? If the aerial is already there, I'm trying to understand what are we trying to do here?
So it's already been mined. So the mining is the part where they're removing the dirt from the site. So they're
And
done
all
with,
of that's done, 100%.
they're done with that. Yeah.
So there's a big hole out there, or there's water out there?
It's water.
Okay, so the water's out there. So they got approvals before, and now they can't.
Not from the county, from South Carolina.
Oh,
Yeah.
so
This is retroactive.
So everything's done. We just got to get an approval.
Right. So they can finish doing the sloping.
I got you. Sloping of the sides and all that
Yeah.
stuff. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir, Mr. Nelson.
Ms. Working, to clarify, had they not removed material from the property and sold it for other uses, this would not be required, right?
Correct.
Anybody else with questions? All right, then. We'll hear from the applicant. Thank you, Ms. Working. Is the applicant available? Present. Very good. If you would, please, sir, state your name and address for our record. And please tell us why we should approve this application.
Thank you. I'm Hank Walpole, 2529 Sunnyside Farms Avenue. I'd like to just say I've got the landowner, Mr. Gary Glover, here with me, my daughter-in-law, Charlotte Glover Walpole. Our farms are adjacent to each other on River Road. We purchased 30 acres on River Road, which is where you enter the property, in about 2015. In 2017, we requested a permit from DHEC to dig a irrigation pond to irrigate our tree nursery, which is on site, and also the adjoining 30-acre vegetable farm, which is farmed by Mr. Freeman. The water is necessary for his crops, and the plan is to use the pond to irrigate our tree nursery, oak trees, cedar trees, what have you, to keep, to just be able to make a living. We did We did dig the pond under the DHEC permit, and neglected, and it's my fault, to approach county for a zoning permit. I thought we were covered by the ag permit. Was my understanding, once the material leaves the property, we have to have a resource extraction zoning permit. For that, I apologize that we did not follow through on that. We were never open to the public. All the material was moved by our own equipment, by our own trucks. We're 2,000 more feet off of River Road, so there's no impact to traffic or anything like that. We've operated without complaint. Again, two families have owned the farms and farmed side by side for generations, and the land is very important to us. And I think you can see by the beauty of the pond, it's not a square box. We wanted a beautiful pond that we could share with the family into the future, and we hope to pass it to the next generation, my grandson, Charlotte's son. But anyway, so we're just here to request permission, to apologize for our oversight, but request permission to finish seeding and sloping the southern bank. All the rest of it has been done, but it's the southernmost edge that we request to just slope and seed and be done with the project. We'll be using our own equipment, and we agreed to the Monday through Friday operation. That's not a problem at all. No material will be leaving the site anymore. There are several piles of existing dirt there that we will use in the reclamation of the pond banks on site, and topsoil and what have you that we have stockpiled on site. So that's basically our request, and appreciate y'all's consideration tonight.
All right. Thank you so very much. Let me start with a question with Mr. Williams, if I could, please.
Yes, sir. A couple questions, just kind of historical information. So your pond, did you get a permit from somewhere else for the pond to be done?
South Carolina Department of Health and Environmental Control issues agricultural permits for the purpose of digging irrigation ponds.
Okay, but as far as the extra, because you were
That's the
needed to
permit.
get that permit.
That's the permit we got, and that's what we started
Okay,
on.
and how big is the pond, and how much land is out here?
The pond is roughly, to be about 6.5 acres. Right now, it's a little bit bigger, but once we put the slopes in and everything else, it'll be about 6.5 acres.
And how much
And the
land
land is 30 acres, I'm sorry. Was that your
Okay.
question?
Okay, and then how much irrigation, how much land are you going to be irrigating? How many?
Well, right now, we've got about 30 acres of cropland to be irrigated, and then we also plan for about 60 to 70 acres of trees at some point. Right now, we've got about maybe 10 or 12 acres planted in live oaks and cedars, which we supply to the surrounding islands. A lot of them are mitigation oaks for, construction, Kiowa, Seabrook, and a lot of the material went to Kiowa and Seabrook to support homeowners and landscapers down there. So,
Last question, how much longer do you feel like you're going to need, how long is this going to take to finish this project?
we'd like to have a couple of years to do it, just so we can do it right and take our time. I don't think working days, it won't take that long, but it's a lot of logistics and weather-related products. And of course, we're busy farming and all that, but we want to get it done as soon as possible.
Yeah, thank you.
You said your operations are Monday through Friday. What are your hours of operation?
We can comply with staff recommendations at 8 to 5, no problem.
Okay. The other concern is some of the concerns from the neighbors or communities surrounding your area about their quality of life. I guess some of the things that have come up in some of the letters of opposition is I guess there are road concerns. There's a road that's been torn up leading to that area because of truck traffic.
Ms.
If you
Smalls,
coulda-
I hate to interrupt you. I believe that's the next.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we've had no complaints for the years of operation. We grade the roads every day, and we're way back off the road. And matter of fact, the Glovers own the back 30 acres, and we own the front 30 acres. And we've got letters of support from Orangefield Development and the Millimans, who own the next 30 acres. So it's all surrounded by agricultural property. There are no close homes or anything, noise-wise to affect anybody, really.
Okay, so no close neighborhoods.
No close neighborhoods,
Okay,
no.
sounds
It's all agricultural property, woods,
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. One about the timeline. is this an open-ended approval? If we approved it, does it have any timeline whatsoever, or do we have to do a conditional approval? It has to be done within 2 years or 3 years?
Well, we don't have to, but you could if you wanted to.
Could, so my question would be to the applicant, if we put a 3-year timeline on it, that you could be complete with your project within 3 years, so we had
Yes.
any opposition that comes down the road, we could say it would be done in 3 years? You'd
No
be fine
problem.
with that?
That's fine, yes,
So we
sir.
could make a conditional of approval to say it have to be completed in 3 years?
Yes, sir.
The other thing, I'm just noticing the great drone videos. Do you have any plans for the, to attack the algae problem in
Yes.
that
Yeah,
stuff?
we have a
Whether
pond-
either
a pond
carp
management, yeah.
or some type of chemical or spray or aerators or something like
Yeah,
that?
Mac Watson out of Columbia has been doing my fish ponds that I have on my farm. And we'll hire him to take care of that, yes, sir.
Something would be.
Yes, sir.
And I would imagine if you've got tree farms and stuff, you ought to be the biggest supplier to the issues that we deal with all the time of needing to replant trees
Yeah.
and mitigation. So I appreciate you being out there
Well, we wanna
watering the
plant more,
trees so
y'all.
we can buy more
Yeah,
trees.
y'all
so-
keep that up.
So all these applicants can come,
That'll help us.
all these applicants can come take down all our trees that you can
Plant them out.
replant them. All right, well, thank you very much for your question, your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just had a question here. What species of trees will you be planting?
Mostly live oaks, magnolias, and red cedars, which are really great screening trees for
Yeah, red cedar.
traffic and noise. So we sell a lot of those. We have a tree spade, and we move a lot of trees. So.
Thank you. I don't think we have any more questions. Thank you so very much for your testimony. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor? Do we have anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak in opposition? Very good. This case is closed to the public. Any questions of staff? Any general discussion?
I would just say if somebody makes a motion I would support a time limit of 2 or 3 years or something, but I'm just throwing that out there.
Can I get a motion to approve or deny this case? Someone? Okay. Mr. Nelson?
All right, Mr. Chair, in the matter of BZA 0524000788, I would make a motion that we approve this request. In making this motion, I find that it meets all the criteria necessary for issuance of this, what's this, a variance? Sorry. So criterion, what's that? Special exception, sorry. For criterion 1, it is consistent with the recommendations contained within the Charleston County Comprehensive Plan and the character and underlying zoning district as indicated in the zoning district description. I believe we meet that request. As the applicant has stated, he's actually been under construction with this pond for several years now and have had no incidences there and no complaints, so I believe we meet that criterion. Criterion 2, it is compatible with existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. As the applicant has stated, at this point, they're just hoping to finish sloping and seeding the irrigation pond, which is the only part remaining to close out the active use of that pond and let it just simply be an irrigation pond moving forward. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 3, that adequate provisions have been made for such items as setbacks, buffering, to protect adjacent properties from possible adverse influence from the proposed use. Again, with a site that has been mined now for several years with very little response from the neighbors, I believe we clearly meet that criterion with a little bit of grading left to finish out the project. For criterion 4, where applicable, it will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate any important natural features. It's very rare for people on Johns Island to retain an active farmland use on the island. I'm a resident out there, and so I can appreciate the fact that this particular property will continue to be used as ag land. So we meet that criterion. For criterion 5, it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, or site plan review requirements of the ordinance. And as the applicant has stated, the pond was designed and constructed using best management practices that were all approved by the Department of Health and Environmental Control. So I believe we meet that criterion. And for criterion 6, that vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered. Again, I believe the applicant testified that no more material will be leaving the site, so I cannot see a scenario in which we would have some kind of issue with impeding traffic or endangering the public on roadways. So in making this motion, I think we could just stick with the 2 special conditions requested by staff. I personally don't think we need to put a time limit on it, so I'm going to exclude it from my motion, but that is my motion.
Okay, do I have a second? Thank you so very much for your second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? It is unanimous. Thank you so very much for your testimony today and all this great information, and we pray that you continue to do good work out in the community. Your application has been approved, and within 10 days, you will be getting information from our wonderful staff, letting you know the next steps in our process. Thank you once again, and have a good night. Last but not least, is what you folks have all been waiting for, right? Yay! Our last case, BZA 05-24-00789. This will be done by Ms. Working.
Yes. The applicant and property owner, Jeffrey McLean, represented by Jenna Nelson of Bowman Consulting Group LTD, is requesting a special exception for the establishment of a resource extraction mining use in the Resource Management RM zoning district at 7200 Highthorn Road, which is TMS number 17500000023 in the St. Paul's area of Charleston County. The 94.48 acre subject property and adjacent property to the south are located in the Resource Management zoning district. The subject property is located at the end of Highthorn Road, which is off of Hyde Park Road. The properties to the east and west are located in the Agricultural Residential AGR zoning district, and the property to the north is located in the Agricultural Preservation AG10 zoning district. The applicant is currently in the site plan review process for the development of the proposed mine. The applicant's letter of intent explains, in quote, "The purpose of this letter is to express Mr. McLean's intent to install a sand dirt mine consisting of approximately 32.2 acres, which will be reclaimed as lakes and grasslands upon completion of the mining operations. Their proposed plan is divided into 5 segments. Segment 1 is 5 acres and was approved with conditions by the BZA on March 7th, 2022. One of the conditions was that the resource extraction will be completed no later than 24 months from the date of commencement of work. Per the Charleston County records, commencement of the project was May 3rd, 2022. Therefore, the 5 acre mine should have been completed by May 3rd of this year, 2024. The remaining segments proposed for consideration tonight are segment 2, which is 6.2 acres. Segment 3 is 3.6 acres. Segment 4 is 13.4 acres, and segment 5 is 9 acres. So the 5 segments combined are 37.2 acres. In addition, the applicant's letter of intent states, in quote, "Truck traffic is expected to be between 10 to 150 trucks per day, with an average of 50 trucks per day up to 6 days a week, but only when the operator has a specific need for the material. It is not the belief of the operator that the mine will actively be digging, hauling every day. Proposed business hours are to be 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. The mine may also occasionally operate from 8 a.m. until 12 p.m. on Saturdays. Truck traffic patterns from past mining activity in the area have not caused any significant known issues." Again, this is the zoning ordinance requirements for mining and resource management zoning district. This is a 300-foot radius map and aerial. We posted the property on June 12th of 2024. This is the existing mine, Highthorn Road. We posted an additional sign closer to High Point Road on June 20th, and then we also came out and did the drone photographs for this one. They're in your packet.
Go back to the road that has the roads where the mine are, so I can write them down. What's that, Highorn?
Hythorn, one word. Okay. Hyde Park.
Sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, you're good. I think this one's a video. I have two videos, if that's okay. Josh, you want to narrate this? Yes, the 5 acre. Mhm.
Yep, that's the 5 acres that's already been approved.
I think that's it. And then there's another one.
I think that's the same video, Ms. Worky.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
You're right.
So this is
Sorry.
the other segments that are proposed. Currently, what you will see are the roads that are created throughout the property. That's it.
And then this is the site plan review packet. So this plan shows existing conditions. This is the plan I showed earlier, the site plan. Site plan showing the buffering and the plat. This is a 2.5 mile proximity map for additional mines in the area. And then this is the 6 criteria, and staff stated that we think that it meets 1, it may meet 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And then the board may approve of conditions or deny this case based on the board's findings of fact, unless additional information is deemed necessary to make an informed decision. In the event you would like to approve this application, we have some suggested conditions. 1, prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. 2, the days and hours of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. 3, the applicant shall maintain the travelway of Hyde Park Road for a distance of 300 feet in each direction from the truck entrance, free of all dirt, gravel, or other debris associated with the resource extraction at least twice during each workday and once at the end of each workday to maintain a safe travelway. Sorry, I'm getting a little tongue-tied. Safe travelway. 4, the applicant shall maintain the 25-foot wide ingress-egress easement on Hythorn Road to include water application as required for dust mitigation on Hythorn Road. 5, the applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. 6, the applicant shall post an all-weather sign on the Hall Road entrance visible from Hyde Park Road right-of-way listing the name and contact information, including a phone number of the local contact. This person listed will serve as a contact for this project in case there are any compliance issues that arise during the mining operation. And 7, the applicant shall provide documentation from an environmental engineer, geologist, hydrologist, or other similarly qualified professional outlining the effect, impact on well and groundwater within 1,000 feet of the subject property. The applicant shall work with county staff to determine how the owner will mitigate any negative impacts if found. Any questions?
All right, Mr. Williams, we'll start with you, please.
Yes, Jen, could you by chance point out what's around this subject property? In other words, where might there be like residents, homes, or anything like that? Because we see a lot of green.
Yes. So the closest resident, oh gosh, I can hardly see this. Okay, I see. Is right here, the DeCarlo. So they're going right past their last name's DeCarlo, past that property. So that's the closest resident.
Is that Hyde Park Road?
Hyde Park Road is here. This is the Hythorn, the easement.
And how far is that from?
So this easement goes through, I'll show you the plot again. Oh, I think I went the wrong way, sorry. There's the plot. So you could see, this is the easement. It's going across these two properties to theirs. This is Hyde Park.
Okay. Can you approximate the distance? I can't really see it from here, those numbers.
I can't see that either. Can you guys zoom in on your iPads? That's why we have that, yeah. I can't see it on here.
Can you illustrate what a Hall Road is as well?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
Yes, that's the Highthorn.
Okay.
the easement.
So they would need to pass the residences to get to this site?
Yes,
In and out.
two properties.
And, okay.
Do we know the posted speed on that road?
On Highthorn Road?
It's a dirt road, right?
Yeah.
Private
Yeah.
road.
Hyde Park Road, a public road, I mean, a county
Yes,
road?
Hyde Park Road is a public. Yeah, it's an easement, private easement.
But Hyde Park Road, is that
Yes.
a county road or state road? What is Hyde Park? Who owns Hyde Park Road?
Do we have an answer for that, staff?
Yeah, we're gonna get that.
Looking it up now.
It's a state road.
Yeah, I'm pretty
Okay.
sure it's a state road. But
Thank you,
he's
Ms.
gonna
Brooks.
just double check.
Okay. Yes, sir.
You mentioned the initial 5 acre, which has already been, is that been completed? Or is the process, you mentioned a time
Yeah.
table on that, and could you repeat that one, please?
Yeah, so the date that we had was March 3rd, 2022, and it was 24 months from that date. Did I get May, I'm sorry, y'all, it's late. May 3rd, 2022. And the condition the board put on at that time was 24 months, so 2 years, which was just now, like this May.
And it has been completed?
Yeah, I don't think it's,
Expired, okay.
well, the permit didn't expire, the mining portion expired, because you guys put a limit on it to stop the mining.
Could you go back to the map that shows the zones?
Zoning map, or,
The
the
zoning map?
segments?
Yeah, one of the very first ones.
Okay. This one?
One,
This one?
that one,
Okay.
yeah. Can you refresh my memory, just in terms of AG 10, what that zoning is?
So RM is 1 per 25, one home for 25 acres.
Right.
AG 10 is 1 per 10, and AGR is 1 per 1.
Okay, thank you. And do we have a map that pulls back? We talked about the two roads, Hyde Road
Yeah.
and Hawthorne Road.
This one might be one of the better ones, unfortunately.
Okay. These trucks will travel down many more roads than just the two that you highlighted earlier. I was just wondering what kind of residential areas that they would be traveling through. Do we have anything that can indicate that?
Yeah, so Hyde Park Road is a rural road. They'll be going mainly to Highway 17 south. Yeah,
How far is from this area to Highway 17?
I think like 3 miles.
Traveling down Hyde Park Road, depending on which way you go, you got to go through County Line Road, which is
Yeah.
turns into Davison Road. I would give it about maybe between 5 and 10 miles.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
All great questions. Thank you, sir. What about here on my right, on my left? Any questions?
Not yet.
Did we get any additional letters or any letters of opposal? Anybody
Yeah,
opposed?
so we got, I got that for later, but,
Petition 45 million.
so for letters of support, we received 11, and we also received a petition in support. And then for opposition, we received 4, and also a petition.
All received in time?
Yes, that's right, all received in time.
Yes, sir, Mr.
I'm sorry, just one more question. The map that showed other mines in the area?
This
I
one?
think- Yes, that one. So I'm really having a hard time seeing that.
Yeah. You got to zoom in.
How many are there other than this one? Are there?
So my understanding is the Dracor mine hasn't started yet, and that one's in Berkeley County, I think, or Dorchester. Sorry, Dorchester County. I know it's not Charleston County. And then the other mine is done.
Okay, but the first one you mentioned's been approved.
From Berkeley, Dorchester County.
Dorchester County.
That one.
Dracor.
That's my understanding.
It's been approved, and the other one
But
is
they haven't
the other one is completed already.
Right.
Is that, okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Workin. Okay, is the applicant available? All right. You've been waiting patiently, haven't you? Please state your name and address for the record. Please pull that mic up so we can hear every word that you have to say, sir.
My name's Jeff McLean. I live at 7200 Highthorn Road. My wife and I, Nicole, are both farmers, and we intentionally purchased and sought out this property to build catfish ponds where we're going to organically raise catfish in the finished product here. In Charleston County's comprehensive plan, we see that there's a strong desire to maintain these rural areas, and this was a creative way for us to get the resources to do it. We have a 95-acre tract where we're intending to dig approximately 20 to 25 acres. Due to the expense and the time that it takes to come before the boards like this and engineering and everything, we requested after our first hearing that in pursuit of the rest of our project that we actually have the entire property, all diggable areas identified for BZA. It's still our intent to dig between 20 and 25 acres. The ability to move or have all of it will allow us to take some core samples and actually dig in the most beneficial ways to maximize our profit and ensure our success with the project. We currently farm beef cattle, chickens, and honeybees, and it is our intent to live on this farm, and we're developing a business that should be sustainable for our generations and our family to come. The letters of oppositions in our neighbors, we know that dump trucks are a big no-no. They have really put a blight on an industry that's a necessity in our area. The petition, in fact, that was submitted by, I don't know if y'all want to hear her name or not, that person has been a nuisance to business owners and to property owners in that area for a long time. She has submitted a fraudulent petition to y'all that has signatures from two deceased individuals, Mr. Laidlaw and Mr. Cordray. 9 other names on the list have not lived there in the last 4 years, and we've been operating 2 of them. The road, talking about the easement, when we bought our property, it was a 156-acre tract. It was subdivided for us, and the realtors that sold the property to our neighbors knew full well our plans, and the neighbors that purchased their property knew full well our plans before building their house or before even purchasing the property. Or had they had done their due diligence, should have been well informed. I ask that the petitions be withdrawn from your considerations, being that they are fraudulent, and I can provide further proof if needed. The big thing here for us is, to do this sensibly, we are going to need our community to be our customers, to be our future allies in this. So we don't want to just tear the roads up. We don't want to tear any of it up. To date, we've put in a little over $50,000 worth of improvements on the road. When we first moved there, it was a simple 2-line trail, and it would flood every time we got over about 1.5 inches of rain. We've since built that road up 18 inches. We've put a new 24-inch drainage pipe in to accommodate drainage not on our property but on our neighbor's property to protect the road. We've gradually started from the neck of the road and have worked our way back towards our property with little improvement for our own benefit, all improvement for our neighbors. I drove way up north and bought a water tank to assist dust mitigation. We have numerous communications with our neighbors where we've asked if they wanted water on the road, and we've tried to oblige in every way that we can. And we just ask for your permission to utilize the permits that were already awarded to us through DHEC. As I say again, we are actually farmers, and we do have an agricultural purpose in this, and it's our intent to reclaim this resource management land as agriculture when we're done.
Thank you. Please tell me, restate what livestock you're actually producing out.
We are
on your
currently
farm?
producing cattle. We have a longhorn herd where we're trying to crossbreed Angus and longhorn for a higher vigor cattle that'll actually fatten on grass. We're 100% organic and we use no chemicals. It's my intent to manage this farm with as little as chemical as possible, possibly some lime, but no fertilizer.
That's why the bees, right?
Well, for the benefit of everything, I think nitrogen fertilizer has proven over the decades to be disastrous to our farmland. It's destroying our topsoils and things like that as well. We're into, trying to develop, thinning of our trees and stuff to allow light to come in for natural grazing for our cattle. We have never put grain in one of our cattle, and we don't intend to. So we're trying to get a good balance and create a more organic farm and a natural farm. And, like I said, it's Charleston County, I believe, falls third to last in the list of farming counties in the state. And we would like to be at least a new idea to how we could preserve some of these lands. We're in a particularly vulnerable stage right now with the paper mills closing. With paper mills and the trees not selling, these large tracts of land, these 1,000-acre tracts, are going to be sold. They're going to get dug and they're going to become neighborhoods. And once they become neighborhoods, they can never be farmland again. But I've watched this happen coming up the corridor 165. I've watched it happen down County Line Road, Poplar Grove, and Homecoming. And, we feel that we are actually, making a claim to help keep some of this land here intact for agricultural use and preserve the rural way of life.
Okay. Mr. Williams, I see your hand at the corner of my eye.
Just quick couple questions since you were talking at it. So aside from, did you know you had to get exceptions for land mining before you bought the property?
Absolutely. Yes, we did. And when we did this, when we purchased this land, we saw that this is actually an allowable use for resource management. It was part of the targeting of this property.
How many neighbors do you have around that property?
At the time of purchase, we had none. Currently, we have one that currently lives there, Mr. and Mrs. DiCarlo, with their family, Dennis and Gina DiCarlo, and another daughter.
Okay, those are my immediate questions. Thank you.
They live in the one house forward of us. From the easement border to their front door is probably 125 feet or so. I don't know what their setbacks
So all
were.
these
I'm just eyeballing
signatures with these names and addresses,
I'm sorry?
at least 36 names and addresses, do they not live, are these not houses or what? What are you saying?
I didn't understand the question.
There's a petition with like 40 names with
Yeah,
addresses?
that's the petition that was issued fraudulently.
Are
We
those
believe through
residents there,
research that
or-
that petition is several years old, and it was actually collected those names back before another resource extraction. The one that's actually directly across the street that ours has been dormant this whole time. And that person, like I said, fraudulently submitted that. It has some very ugly language in there directed toward the BZA as well. I'd like to offer that Title 45, Chapter 46, Section 1 also gives me protection from nuisance complaints as well as Charleston County from nuisance complaints.
So your testimony is that there are 2 residences near your land?
No, there's one residence.
One residence near your land? Okay, thank you.
With 3 families living under one roof. It's a, for lack of a better word, it's a not modular home, but a yes, multifamily property.
Thank you.
Under one roof line, meets all code requirements.
Any other questions? Mr. Williams?
That's it for now. Thank you.
Anyone else on my left? Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Just one point of clarification. There's one residence near you, but how many residents does the truck traffic has to pass to get to you? Do you know?
Well, that would depend where they were going, ma'am. If they're going to Mount Pleasant, they're obviously going to drive past a lot more of them. But to leave our property and hit the state road, there's only driving past our house, which is the first house, and then there's the DiCarlos, which are present tonight.
Does that answer your question? Okay. Mr. Nelson, I'm coming to your side.
No problem.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your time tonight. One question I had for you, I think you just mentioned this. You submitted an email dated June 20th in which you referenced, let's see, Code of Laws, Title 46, Chapter 45, Sections 10, 20, 60, and 70. Can you describe the purpose for submitting that particular email and what you're referencing? Was it specific to the negative comments that were received, or were you trying to argue that the planning director should not require the special exception here for the resource extraction?
Our intent has demonstrated over the last several years with thousands of dollars of historical surveys, engineering, and all that stuff is to comply with Charleston County 100%. We have been receiving some very unfair feedback, and we've gotten it all third hand. When we made attempts to talk to our neighbors personally, they turned their back and went down the road to another agitator, who I referenced the fraudulent affidavit. I will be seeking civil actions against her. Our intent here is to have a farm. We've invested everything in our dream. We've already made the first steps. We've not even operated that mine for the last 9 months, and we are not completed with segment 1. We've faced many hurdles, including a dishonest contractor that Charleston County's had several problems with. We made the promise to you that we would regulate it, and if we saw him getting out of hand, we would terminate his job, and we have done that. In doing that, we've sat dormant for the last 9 months. But all of this, from your first approval to today, is just a continuation of the plan that we started 8 years ago.
That was my only question.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Chair, yeah, I've got a few questions written down here, so I'll try to be
Yes,
brief. So I need a better understanding of this Highthorn Road versus Hyde Park Road. So if you can educate me on, my terminology basically is what's the Hall Road and what is the road that's going through, that's going to connect to Hyde Park Road. Is this High Hawthorne or High Horn? Is that going through your property, and it's a road that you built, or what?
Well, the road was existing. It was a 156-acre tract. It had a two-rut road, I guess is the best way I could describe it. You could see there was dirt and rock where the tires would pass on the vehicles that came through. When we purchased our property, we had it subdivided and an easement created for us. It's an unrestricted easement. It travels across 2 other lots, one owned by Joanne and Dennis DiCarlo, and the other owned by Dustin Cole and Lauren Cole.
Can we reference that I'm looking at slide 8, and it looks like it shows High Horn Road. I just want to make sure we're on the same page. I need to acknowledge this. I'm on page 8 of something on the application part 1 of 2. So I want to make sure we're because. So you're saying that you subdivided and now there's parcels left over?
There was a 36-acre parcel and a 25-acre parcel.
The reason I'm asking this question is because one of the people that you've given us your comments about the petition, and I understand it, and you have the right to say what you've said. But the one person that you have acknowledged that lives on this area is Mr. DiCarlo, and we have a letter in opposition from the DiCarlo family. So of your neighbors, 100% of your neighbors have said they have a problem. Now, it's 100% is one, but that's what I'm trying to understand better where these trucks are going. I understand once they get on the Hyde Park Road and then out to Highway 61, 65, that's not really your issue, although it is an issue because we have to look at the whole community.
Understood.
But from my standpoint, I'm trying to understand where this dirt is. So if you can explain to me, well, the dirt comes out of your current mine, even though you're not using it, and where it's going and how it's going to affect that one neighbor. Explain to me that.
So they're going to pass within 125 foot of their front door.
And who's taking care of that road?
Absolutely. We've put over $50,000 worth of improvements. And, one of the neighbors, I believe it was his son's letter, Denny DiCarlo is how I identify him, showed a couple pictures of the road. And I would like to, if you would like to show those, I'd like to address these. I plan on addressing every
neighbor. Is the road in good condition right now?
Huh?
Is that current road in good condition?
Ask your representative.
No, I'm asking
it's
you.
an excellent condition.
Okay. So you're saying it's in excellent condition. So the pictures I saw earlier must be of a different road.
So the area that the road was taken in, I'll still argue is in excellent condition because I have a duty to maintain that road as good or better. Okay. That picture was taken after severe heavy rains. If you'll notice, there's no deep puddles, there's no standing water. What there is disturbance of the top layer of sand caused by an aggressive tire. That road has since been rocked. Back in June of 23, I bought 2 loads from, at the time, D&D Trucking, 57 stone and fines. That area was covered back in June of 23. And I recently, in December 4th, I had another 2 loads delivered into the other end of the curve.
So I don't want to argue the point of whether the road's good or not. My question really is, whose responsibility is it to maintain that road right now?
100% mine.
It's 100% yours. So what mechanisms do we have in place to take care of the homeowner that is living in that area, trying to use that road, that you're going to maintain that road?
Sure. So at this point, the road's pretty impervious to truck traffic in terms of it doesn't break down and it doesn't degrade.
Okay, I'm going to stop you for a second, just because in your application it says between 10 and 150 trucks a day. So you're saying that road's built to a standard that it's going to handle 150 trucks a day. When you
Sir,
have
that road will handle 300 trucks a day, no problem.
No problem.
And if it does deteriorate, I have a contractor. We'll be out there with a box blade and repair it immediately. We were doing daily repairs. When this thing was dirt and the photos that you're seeing here, we had tractors, and I have cameras set up, and I regulate speed coming on and off the property. That was a question earlier. 10 miles an hour is what we have defined because we feel like they have a heavier load, and we don't want them rip-roaring down the road.
Do you have signs on the roads that say what the
I
speed
do,
limit
yes,
is?
sir. I have it posted in 2 places now. I intend to do a third. And accompanying those signs, I also have a camera where I've actually measured rate of speed, and I know by looking at the images how fast a vehicle is going. And I contact, and I have numerous communications where I've warned drivers, and our standard policy is twice in a day the driver's removed from the job completely.
Mr. Chair, I only have 1 or 2 follow-up questions, if you're
Please.
all right. All right. Thank you for the time. So one of the questions I have is I'm struggling with the understanding of you had a mine that you had a 2-year permit for, or the ability to mine it for 2 years. That's expired. Now we're going to go back to the community, and you want to do 20. The current acreage is 5 acres. You have 4 or 5 other phases that will total out 37 acres. So now you're talking another 32 acres of mining operations that you potentially. Let me get my question out, and then I promise I'll stop. So we're going from 5 acres to 37 acres. What's the life of the mine that you're currently doing? So if you already did it in 2 years and you're out of time, where are we going on the first 5 acres? And then how long a time do you need for the other 32 acres? Explain to me what's going on with that, because 150 trucks potentially a day for a now 6-7 times fold project, that's a big stress on the community. And for us to approve this, we've got to say that it's compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity. And I'm just concerned that we're going from 1X to 7X and extending on. So elaborate on that for me.
So when y'all voted on this 2 years ago, y'all voted on my letter of intent, which was 20 to 25 acres. Jen Working can attest to that. This isn't a change of plan. This isn't a readdress of anything. One of the problems that we've had, and I've since dismissed Bowman from representing me, that's why I'm here tonight, is misrepresentation. We've had a hard time understanding the rules as they apply to us, and it feels like we may have been preyed upon by some of this and not going down some of the right route. Through later investigations, I found that there is an agricultural department, the state of South Carolina, and that should have been our first point of contact and how we should have pursued this. But we've never told a mistruth. We never told a lie. We were told, and Jenny, I think, Jen Working, can also attest to this, that the standard policy when doing a dig over 5 acres, that you get a general permit, and I also have Robert Strange here with me tonight that can attest to this, that you're awarded a state permit for 5 acres, and while you're excavating that 5 acres, you reapply for an individual permit. And that's exactly what we've done. In communications with the county, I've run up against this several times. They say, well, why are you digging another pond? We're not. This is the same plan. This is the same farm that was approved. And we've invested every penny that we've pulled out of that back into the infrastructure of this farm and trying to maintain and create our dream. The financial burden on this and the time that this has taken has been immense. And like I said, we're kind of at the goal line here. This is our intent, is to finish developing our property. We're not going to dig all the segments that are there. We've already identified where we would like to dig. And like I said, it totals approximately 23, 24 acres. So I would say,
Can I interrupt you, then why are you applying, why is it 37 acres, and if you're only asking for 22 acres?
because I told you it was very expensive to do this. If I get into an area in my test bores that I said, okay, we're going to dig this GPS coordinates here, and I have economic goals to create the farm, and I can only dig 5 feet if there's only 5 foot of material there, and I didn't know that until I was excavating it, how am I supposed to go somewhere else? I invest tens of thousands of more dollars to come have another hearing with y'all, or do I get my whole plan approved and I dig the property where I need to dig it? I mean, if you're saying, hey, Jeff, I don't want you to dig over 30 acres, then I can agree to that.
Let me follow back up on the traffic then. This is my last question, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
The number of trucks that are exiting your facility over the last 2 years, what would be the average number of trucks on a daily basis?
If you're going to average it over the last 2 years, less than 20.
So 20 a day. So
yeah, and we've had high days. The highest day that we ever had was 408 trucks across the road.
408 trucks in one day.
In a single day. It was chaos, and we shut it down. We never allowed it to happen again. There again, these are some of the problems that we worked through with our first contractor. We've also, since doing this, another thing I'd like to address, commencement was not the day we were issued the permit. And, you know, I got a call from Charleston County that asked us to stop. We were working in some remediation. You saw the topsoil on the one bank and stuff. Well, we got a call from Charleston County and our neighbors, but our commencement date was not May 3rd. It was in August. And like I said, we've done everything that we can to be diligent in protecting not only our rights, but our neighbors' rights. And this is a short-term thing. If we can't continue to develop this property into a farm, it's going to have to be sold. I mean, we've invested everything into this dream. And like I said, we've not wavered one bit. This has been our intent and purpose from the day that property was divided for us.
Do you have a solution for the one neighbor that is, you want to comment on the opposition letter from your one neighbor, Mr. DiCarlo?
I haven't memorized their complaints. Their complaints are typically they don't want trucks. They think that we're liars. They've very expressly said that we were liars. We do board and own several rescue horses. We've not deviated or variated in any way from our original letter of intent. But we've faced some pretty strong words for them, and they've never even given us a chance to talk to them as neighbors. I think that this is an extreme approach to handling issues with your neighbors, that you bypass cordial communications. We have hundreds and hundreds of communications with them. When they first moved to their property, they had 2 horses that they didn't have a place to take care of. We put them in our property for 6 months at no charge. When they wanted to build a rifle range, we gave them 10 loads of dirt to build a backstop. When the storm came and they needed shelter for their horses, I took a brand new shelter that I just bought and carried it across my pasture and put it in their yard that they still have today. We have been nothing but exceptional neighbors.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the extra time.
Okay. Yes, sir.
McLean, thank you for your explanations. As I understand, the purpose of these ponds is for catfish
Commercial
farms,
catfish
right?
farming, yes, sir.
And the depth of these ponds is, as I looked at the drawings, 10 feet. Is that?
Yeah, I'm looking 10 to 12 feet, and I'm going to have to excavate a little bit deeper. So my purpose is not to have a sand pond where I throw pellets out and I commercially raise fish. That's not the product we want to produce. My intent is to over-excavate these ponds to approximately 15 feet, put about 5 foot of topsoil back in there to create an organic bottom in the bottom. We've entertained, and we will seed with crayfish. I'm also looking into several minnow species so that I can create a natural feed environment for our fish. The neighbor did attach something on proposed pond structures, and that is a South Carolina guideline for recreational fish ponds. It allows for bedding areas for sunfish that we don't want to interact. They take oxygen, they take food, and they're competitive species with the catfish that we want to raise. So our ponds need to be a little bit deeper at the banks so that we don't get, ideal spawning areas for largemouth bass and brim that'll actually be transported into the pond through birds and stuff.
And do you intend to excavate all these ponds before you're actually going to start your fishing business?
No, sir. As soon as I get one done, we're going to seed it with crawfish, and I'll have fish, blue catfish in it within 3 months behind the crawfish seeding.
So the depth of the pond is going to be up to 15 feet. You're going to backfill it with something.
Finished depth of the pond will be 10 to 12 foot, and I intend not to have any areas that are less than 5 feet, except for at the slope.
I see.
And that'll keep, lily pads and stuff from taking over my pond. I can only do about 100 fish per acre without having to add oxygen and supplemental food.
I see. With 30 plus acres of excavation, 150 trucks a year, how many years will it take to excavate those
Well,
ponds?
we're handicapped by the number of trucks that we can run. We're handicapped by the number of days. But if you said, hey, you can run unfettered, you can go 7 to 5 Monday through Friday, and you can put 400 trucks down in a day. With the current needs of Charleston County, my contractor's here behind you. He can speak directly to that. We are in talks to provide the dirt to Banks Construction for the main road at Zone A. That would require most of the dig. That would require 95% of the dig. So if we're allowed to run trucks unfettered, we could finish this pretty quickly. My original projection on the whole project was 6 years, and that included time to see y'all as well.
So
we would be 2 years into it.
2 years, at least 50,000 trucks a year, right?
I'm sorry, what was that?
50,000 trucks a year? Is that, I'm just saying, 150 a day for a year is...
We're looking to move 750 acre feet.
I'm sorry?
We're looking to move 750 acre feet. There's 1,316 yards per acre foot. And it depends on the size of the trucks, whether it's a 24-yarder or 8-yarder, 16-yarder.
They're 14, right? 14. Average dump truck is 14.
16 of them.
16.
How many, I'm sorry? He did say about 50,000 a year.
50,000 a year for 6 years?
Yeah,
2 years?
At that rate, we'll run out of dirt very quickly. And that's what I'm saying. We can do this really quick, or we can, what we've tried to do is find a balance.
Okay.
Where we can economically operate and where we're not.
Okay, let me stop it at this time. Let me come over to, thank you so very much for your line of question. I want to entertain 2 more questions, but quickly.
Yes, sir. I want to speak to these 6 criteria, and we'd prefer for you not to have to come to the BZA because you are having to get a exception to do land mining, essentially, land mining on the property. So we need to meet all 6 criteria. One that I'm concerned with is compatible use with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. I'm having trouble kind of rationalizing how you're not impacting the general welfare of the immediate community.
According to the Charleston Comprehensive Plan, the land that we purchased, resource management, was set aside to meet the construction needs of the area. We have a hive of activity at the Golden Grove, which has caused most of the irritation in our area. It's not been us. It's been the 400 trucks per hour loaded by that larger 426-acre excavation that's in Ravenel.
Thank you.
Mr. Nelson?
Mr. McLean, thank you for your time and your patience with the board as we wrap our mind around this
thank
particular
y'all.
project. So I just want to clarify one thing. The existing pond that you started digging, at this point, you cannot do any additional work there because the time limit we gave you a couple of years ago has expired. Is that correct?
Yes, well, I'm at expiration now. I was told that as long as I made a reasonable request and we were diligently working on it, that an extension would be given to me. That was actually Mr. Marchant, that I don't see this evening, that put that stipulation on us. He was very clear that it was our commencement, not permit date as well. Those are in the minutes of the last hearing.
Okay, and who was your first contractor that was fired from the project?
Hunter Landworks, Chad Hunter.
Okay. And you mentioned several times, I think your request was for 30-some-odd acres of excavated area, but you didn't intend to dig more than 20 to 25 acres. Is
Yes,
that correct?
sir. That's our model.
If we added a condition to this that if by chance this passes, where we created more of a, just basically said 20 to 25 acres max or 25 acres max of excavated area, but didn't define that, would that still ease your concerns with where you dig?
Yes, sir. Yeah, our concern's quality, not quantity. Quantity, is kind of fixed. I have a business model based on certain number of surface acres and total number of fish.
Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Do we have any other person to speak in favor of this application? Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application? Thank you, sir. Please state your name and address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Robert Strange, 55 Colleton Drive, Charleston, South Carolina, 29407. I'm the environmental consultant for the McLeans on this property. I'm working on their wetlands, their timber, their mining permits. I've been involved with this since they bought the property, and there were nobody else around them when it was subdivided. And that house right there and the other property in the front were sold after they had started this process, and it was if they had done their due diligence, it should have been known that that was what their plan was to happen on the remainder of the acreage. This mine is situated in a very good area and very limited area for where resource extraction can take place down here. We can't just go dig a hole anywhere in a coastal plain and get good quality fill material. That's a very geologically placed around the low country. And so the Ravenel area up through County Line Road is one spot, Allendale and McClellanville, and then the Dorchester area outside Somerville. That's where all the fill dirt to serve the Tri-County area comes from. And this property here, you're 1 mile from where Highthorn Road hits Hyde Park to 165, which is built for heavy truck traffic. You're 3 miles the other direction to County Line Road, which is built for heavy road traffic. Directly across the street from this property is a mine that is done operating. It's in reclamation, so they're waiting on the slopes to vegetate. And that was a much larger mine. Immediately next door to this, it was another mine that is waiting on reclamation. So you've had in the past a lot of mining around this property, but they're all done. They all dug their acreage and are waiting. They're active permits still, but they're waiting. We've got to have 2 years of growth on the slopes. You've got to have an average depth of 4 feet of water if you're reclaiming it as water or ponds. And so this takes time. So just because a permit shows up right there doesn't mean that it's actively trucks are coming in and out of. The property is placed in a good area close to roads that are built for this kind of traffic. The applicant has to maintain their driveway and the immediate vicinity around it per their DOT encroachment permits. Per DHEC mining permits, we have to keep dust down on the road. So there's a lot of your conditions there overlap with the mining permits and some of the protections already in place. We also have to take water samples of the mine every month and report those to DHEC for pH and total suspended solids to ensure water quality here. And so there's a lot of measures in place that protect the community from this. Back to
Okay. I hate to stop you, but your time has elapsed.
Okay.
Okay, so I think we have a little help for you down here.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'll help you with your time to extend with, you made a comment about the protections are already in place because of the other permit from South Carolina DHEC on the mining. So it should relieve any concerns that we have about roads and stuff like that. But we see pictures of roads that are not taken care of, or they seem to be not taken care of. So if that protection is in place, then how can we remedy that, or how can we ensure that DHEC is doing their jobs to make sure that the roads don't have dust on them and that don't have ruts in them and things like that? How do you propose that, or is it just we getting false information?
No, I mean, I'm the first one. I'm in the timber business, in the mining business, and land use. One thing we can't control, we try everything, is weather. Nothing we can do can stop a road from being, having water on it, being muddy, unless it's a paved road. Right. There's nothing we can do there. But a lot of mines run on dirt and rock roads. That road has been improved significantly, and I'm not sure when those pictures in the petition were taken, but almost every single time.
Is there gravel on that road?
There's a lot of rock in that road, yes, sir.
Is it your expert opinion that there should be more rock put on that road, maybe?
Not in today's condition. I think it's built very well for the traffic it receives. And I'm currently oversee 38 mines in the Tri-County region, and I've permitted over 80 of these.
But I believe I heard he was it's more than likely, if this gets approved, you're going to take the trucks that have been averaging 20 a day to now 150 a day or more, especially if it was a faster timeline. Wouldn't it be prudent to upgrade that road?
I believe the road has already been upgraded the road today is built for that kind of traffic. It has seen that kind of traffic, and it's one of those things that if we try to prepare as much as possible, as soon as a shortcoming shows itself, we adjust and react. Almost every time I'm coming into this pit, I've passed a tractor with a box blade on it, with a water truck. There are times when by the time that water truck gets to the end of the driveway, it's dusty on the other side again. I mean, today was the first real rain in 5 weeks almost. I mean, we can't control that aspect, and a clear line of communication is really what helps that. And it does take everybody working together.
Chair with that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Quick question. I keep hearing you're talking about extraction, fill dirt, mining, and on the other hand, I hear about planting, fish and fisheries, and I'm trying to figure out what is it? Which one is it? What's the priority here?
Well, it's both. So Mr. McLean came to me and said, "Hey, I want to do these fish ponds," and there's two options to get a pond. One, you pay a contractor to dig you a pond, and you've got to have enough room to put all that dirt somewhere. So if you want, if you're doing 100 fish per pond, and they're 15 feet deep, that's a ton of dirt. You're going to have to build a wall around your whole property, and it's not going to be enough. And you're paying somebody to do that. So the mining route, you're actually getting paid to get these ponds dug, and you're left with a pond at the end of it, and there's not extra dirt and mounds all over the place. And there's such a need. They don't call it the Low Country for anything. There's such a need for fill dirt for our infrastructure projects. Like I said, this dirt is going to go to the main road overpass. This is going to all the different road projects and developments around. And this isn't a large corporation that owns a bunch of land mining this, like the O.L. Thompsons or Johnson Group that have hundreds of acres of mines. This is a family operation, and this is really on a smaller scale. None of those ponds are giant acreage all in one. They're 5 acres, 9 acres, 13 acres or so. So they're small, manageable ponds at the end of the day. But it is a mine, but that is because of the cost of operating an excavator in today's world It's between $250 an hour to operate. A bulldozer, $250 an hour to operate. And you've got two of these excavators operating at the same time, a pump pumping water. So that expense adds up tremendously if you just wanted to dig a pond. And so that's why we offer mining as because you're actually getting paid and left with a pond at the end of the day.
So why isn't the current extraction mine that was done, why isn't that currently for fisheries?
As he discussed, there were a lot of issues with the previous contractor. There were really that comes down to it. It was his first mine that contractor had ever dug. He was just kind of took on a job that he was not prepared for, and learned a lot, very quickly, kind of trial by fire. And, we've moved on from him and have an experienced operator. And I have no qualms that this will be able to be finished in time. We do ask for the 5 years in the application there, because if we do hit another recession like in 2008, this is one of the first things that stops that dirt moving, besides infrastructure projects. So in order for us not to have to come back to you and ask, hey, we need an extension, or hey, this expired, we want to come back, just to have that flexibility. We're incentivized to dig this as quickly as possible. Get out of the neighbor's hair. Get the trucks off the road. So but also that doesn't mean there's going to be 500 or 600 trucks a day in there. There's such a shortage of truck drivers in Charleston County that even if we open it public, if we just say, yeah, throw me as many trucks as possible, there's not enough drivers in that amount of time of the day to put that much on the road, especially with you have other competing pits in the area, in the Ravenel area.
Okay. Thank you for that, for your testimony today. Thank you so very much.
Thank y'all.
Do we have anyone else to speak in support that can give us different information?
I can give a little information.
Thank you, sir. Please state
My
your
name's
name
Harold
and address.
Dukes, Jr., 4500 Rose Drive, Ravenel, 29470.
Again, please. Sir.
Harold Dukes.
Dukes. Thank you, Mr.
Right.
Dukes.
A little bit about the roads. And roads are my living. I've got getting close to 50 years of road work, inspection, testing, and all that. So one thing is it's a semi-improved dirt gravel road that's going in that Hall Road. Is there going to be a bad day? Every road is. Charleston County's got dirt roads all over the county that has far more traffic than this road's having, that stand up most of the time. Multiple days of rain can create some problems. Multiple days of rain, most trucks are not hauling because they're not going to haul wet dirt. One thing is Charleston County has a dirt road standard. Part of y'all might be, y'all may require this haul road to be constructed to Charleston County dirt road standards. Other than width, which is lot wider than what the county would require, what you would require for a haul road. The standard of shape, materials, things like that, you could add that to one of your items. There is an urgent need for sand in Charleston County. We have, like I say, one viable pit, as they said earlier, in Charleston County right now, in the southern end of Charleston County, working. That's down at New Road pit down there. And the road can be improved. Any road can be improved, and traffic and volume of traffic affects what a road is and weather. It's just maintenance, and and probably putting it to a standard.
Okay. Hold on, Mr. Duke.
Okay.
I think we have
Yes,
a
sir.
question down here.
All right.
Mr. Neal.
Yeah, thank you. Your testimony is very helpful. So when you're calling the Hall Road, I want to make sure I'm talking about the same road in my mind. That is High Horn Road?
Yes, sir. Where it leaves Hyde Park Road, where Hyde Park is a SCDOT,
Right.
Department of Transportation, maintenance jurisdiction,
And then
road.
all the way into
and it
his
goes
property.
into to a rock dirt road going from Hyde Park, the paved road, back to the pit, the mining area in the back.
And it's your opinion that that road is not to the dirt haul road standards of the county?
Well, it's probably not fully up to the complete standards of Charleston County public roads right now, dirt public roads. In that, the road it's got a little bit of shape to it. Could use a little more probably.
Right.
But there's a standard you should go against it, that the McLeans would know what rules or what goal you're looking for.
Right.
Because right now the pictures I've seen is judgmental.
Right, I agree.
Everybody's going to have a different opinion.
And none of us
what
up
it
here
is.
are going to be dirt road experts, so.
Yeah, and I mean,
having a
I've been
standard
doing
is
this.
nice. I'm good.
I've been doing this, like I say, 30 years continuously, but I got about 50 years of
Thank you.
experience.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you so very much.
One other thing, Hyde Park Road is a SCDOT maintained road, and it's also under the Charleston County pavement management system, which does evaluations about every 7 years.
Thank you, Mr. Duke. Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Good evening. I'm Bailey Dukes, 4452 Rose Drive, Ravenel.
Any relation to that, Duke?
Yes, that's my father.
Okay.
But I am the current contractor for the McLeans digging the mine. We will abide by the hours of 7 to 5 as y'all requested for the neighbors, because I know in the past they had that trouble. And we will maintain the road, and they can have my word on that.
So, Mr. Duke, how do you maintain the road?
Grading it, adding rock as needed, water truck to control the dust as needed. And if they ever have any issue, all they have to do is call me.
So, Mr. Duke, whose number is out there if
That is
there's-
our business line.
Sir?
Our business phone number.
So who's manning that line?
Either myself or my wife. My wife actually owns the company.
Okay. All right. So that number, if someone calls during normal business hours, someone would be able to pick up that phone and answer that call?
Yes, sir.
And to address the alarm at the road?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And I will also give them my personal cell phone number.
Okay, for after hours?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it's just that one number posted on those two signs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I interrupted you during that time, but Mr. Williams?
Quick question. I'm just trying to get a frame of reference. Those addresses on this petition, are those legitimate addresses to your understanding? You're on
Which
construction.
petition now? The petition against us or?
Against, yes. Are those legitimate addresses? Do
No,
you know?
they are not.
So they're fake addresses, just
No,
track
they are.
numbers?
The addresses are addresses listed in the GIS, but some of those residents no longer live there. Some of them have passed away.
Thank you.
Anything there on my right? Thank you, Mr. Duke, for your testimony.
Thank y'all.
Do we have anyone else to speak in favor of this application?
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Nicole McLean. I live at 7200 Highthorn in Ravenel. I'll be quick. I'm sorry. I'm not good in front of people. Guys, we live here. This is our farm. This has been the plan from the beginning. I submitted a letter. I'm sure you guys read it, so I don't need to speak to all that again. But, these letters of opposition, I've had direct communication with these people. I have in writing where I've reached out to them on numerous occasions asking how the dust is on the road. Would you like it watered? Let me know when you need it watered. You have my number. I think there's something in there about a post office box getting hit by a dump truck. I have communications with them where my husband went out the very next day and bought them another mailbox. They didn't want it put up. They wanted to wait. I have the receipt from Lowe's. I mean, we've done everything. We've tried to communicate with them, and in the last few months when I've tried to reach out to them and talk to them, they told us it was too stressful. They didn't want to talk to us. So anything and everything that they have asked, it may have taken a couple days to get some rock on the road, but we got rock on the road. That's all I got.
So, Ms. McLean, how long does it take you to get rock on the road generally?
It depends. They have to go all the way up to Newcore and get it, right? So, if we call if it's an afternoon and we've had 4 or 5 inches of rain and we say, oh gosh, we desperately need rock in this area of the road, they may get it there in an hour. It might take them until the end of the day. It could be the next morning. But whenever that's happened, I've communicated that with the neighbors and let them know when it was coming and when it was going to happen. So.
Any questions to my left? Questions to my right?
I have a question for the chair on how he wants me to handle another question, and that is, I want to ask the applicant something about a scenario that might help move this along, but I want them to have the rebuttal time. It might be best during the rebuttal when opposition is spoke, if there is any.
Okay.
So
let's hold.
I'll hold. Yeah, I'll hold.
Thank you so very much. Do we have anyone else?
I will also be quick. Hello, Melissa Pierce, 215 Saddlehorn Drive in Ravenel. I've known the McLeans for, at least 15 years. My husband used to work with Nicole in the OR. We're both physicians in this community. These are really good people. And everything that they've said tonight, I've driven on the road myself in my SUV, and it's not a dump truck, but the road is in good condition. They're very hardworking people. They would give you the shirt off their backs. Anytime I've needed something, Jeff came over and put the electrical work up in my barn on very short notice. We had to do it in a weekend. And so I just, I love these guys, and they're really hardworking. They really are trying to do something great. They rescue all kinds of terrible condition horses. Dogs show up on property. They take them in. They love them. They care for them. I can't speak to a lot of the other things, but I just, they're trying to do things right. They really do care about it. They care about their neighbors. They're trying really hard to do, everything the way they're supposed to, and it really is their life and their heart. And so I just wanted to say that.
Let's see. Any questions? Thank you so very much for your testimony. Seems like we exhausted everybody over there, I think. All right. With that being said, anyone to speak in opposition?
That would be us. You think that's the DeCarlos?
Please state one at a time, please.
DeCarlo, Dennis. I'm Dennis and Joanne. We're the ones that live in the house right next door.
Okay, just one of you at a time.
On Highthorn Road. Excuse me?
Who wants to have a seat? One at a time, if you don't mind. There you go. Thank you, sir.
Honestly, if they would do anything, can they put 3 inches of 57 gravel all down the road?
Address us.
Passenger cars can get up and down.
So what you do, just address everything to us, if you don't mind.
I've been sitting so long, it's just...
Take your time.
First of all, we were never told of this Disneyland project with the... He told me originally, when he spoke to me, when we were on talking terms, good neighbors, I thought he needed help. I brought my tractor. I used to grade the road before they screwed it all up with my own tractor. And it was in pretty good shape. And we had our houses built. Trucks came with, gravel in the pouring rain, and the road didn't sink. Their contractor scraped off the whole top of the road and proceeded to put down just loose sand, which doesn't hold up. For trucks, it might be fine, but for passenger cars, it didn't work. So the road looks fine now. Of course it does, because there's no trucks running. But once they start going, you get 100 trucks a day and a little bit of moisture, and it turns it into like a powder. It just pushes it, and You got these big grooves you're trying to go through, and it's just a big mess. And it's not their fault. It's just the process. It's what it is. The only thing that I think can be done is to put a proper amount of gravel on the whole road and stop patching here and in there and, to keep it set up that way. And as far as see, it says here, they said that the process was already operational before we were in our houses. That's not true. They came to us to write a letter, and we supported them the first 2 years for the first bill because I thought they were doing a 5-acre lake, and they told me this story about putting a house on the back of the lake with these colorful trees, and then in the future, when he used that money to buy the back property, he might put a lake in the back. So it was, as far as I knew, 2 lakes, the 5-acre in the front and whatever he was going to do in the back. When I got this in the, my son texted him and said, "Why didn't you tell us you were doing this? We wouldn't have even built our houses here." She says, "What are you talking?" She texted my wife and said, "What are you talking about?" So she told, "Where'd you hear that?" So she told her, "DHEC." The phone went silent for like an hour. And then she came back and said, "Well, no, we're digging around to find the good sand." And so I don't know what she was talking about. But we never saw this. They never told us this. And if you're just putting fish ponds in, what are you digging around to find good sand for? You're mining. It's a mining project. And 100% of this has to go past our houses. We're 50 yards from the road. I mean, my wife's had cancer 3 times, including lung cancer. She's got to breathe this dust. She can't even sit outside. Between that and the burning of the stumps and the smoke, it's a horrible process. I'm just asking you, we're human beings. Take us into consideration. If you had an oak tree in the middle of the road, they'd probably have to find another route. But we're human beings. We have to live there. I got my life's investment there. We got 3 houses. All of us, 7 of us, including my grandchildren, live there.
Okay. Let me see if we have anyone to ask you any questions.
It hasn't been fun, I can tell you that. And we didn't complain once. We never called the county once for the 2 years. My wife and I said, we're going to let them go 2 years, whatever. We'll take whatever they throw at us. We don't care. And the mailbox, I did tell her at one point, they hit it like every couple of days they hit it. I kept hammering it back into place until finally they just broke it in half. So I told them, what's the point in replacing it? I'll screw it back together, leave it there until the trucks are done. Once the trucks are done, I'll fix it.
All right.
Why fix it now? It's just going to keep breaking.
Let me help you.
That's why I told her that.
Okay. Let me help you. Let me see if we have any questions on either side. Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. Quick question. How you doing?
Go ahead.
How long have you lived there at that property? Where you live now? Where you currently live?
December 2021. Before they got their first permit, we were already there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. DiCarlo, thank you for being here tonight, right here, and for your patience as we go through this process. The issues with the road that you've expressed, was that really all due to the previous contractor? Has it improved with the new contractor there?
The new contractor I don't think they did anything to the road. It is the way it's just the way it was. The road's fine now because there's a truck here, a truck there, that's it. When you start getting 150 trucks a day, and maybe, let's say it rains Friday, Saturday, and Monday they come, something like that, it's not going to stand up. It's impossible. It just can't do it. It can't withstand the traffic. Okay. It just can't. So the only solution is to put a proper road in, and.
So let me ask you a question. How many trucks? What's the most trucks that you've seen on that road?
I didn't count the trucks. All I know is it's just doing this. You got to fight them to get between them to get in and out. Do
you feel the speed that they're using is considerable to what it should be on that road?
I don't understand what you mean.
Do you think they've been traveling too fast on that road?
No, I'm just thinking it's the weight of the trucks.
It's just the weight of the truck.
Yeah, you load a truck with sand, 20,000-pound truck or whatever, and you're driving down the road. Sand and dirt roads, they just can't withstand it after a while. It just starts to separate and fall apart. Okay. And then, it makes it very difficult to get passenger vehicles in and out. My daughter-in-law sent me a video one day. She's trying to get out. She's falling in the groove, and the car is sinking. In the bottom of the road, the car, you could hear it banging on whatever rocks there was, scraping along the road. Okay. That's how it was. And that's probably what's going to happen again, because once the trucks start running, nobody has any control.
I see you.
And they could grade the dirt all they want. It doesn't do anything.
I see you, we see you, we hear you.
Yeah. And they also told me at one point that, my son spoke to them one day, and he said, I thought you said this was going to take 6 months. And she said, well, what are you talking about, 6 months? Well, it was 6 months, and we were going to find another road out, we told you. But they never told me that. So
I will stop you at this time.
Okay.
And I thank you so very much for your testimony. I'm going to give your wife a chance to speak if she so desires. Well,
Joanne DiCarlo, 7172 Highthorn Road, Ravenel. First of all, when we bought the property, we were never told this was going to happen. We wouldn't have bought the property. The real estate agent wouldn't introduce us to Nicole because she was mad or in a bad mood that day. Yes, they did help us with our rescue horses because she apologized to him and Tractor Supply for her behavior. But that has nothing to do with the roads. The 3 letters that I don't know anything about a petition. The 3 letters that we sent you from my son, my daughter-in-law, and us together, we didn't lie. Those are all the truths. I have pictures of the road, of sand, but I forgot to attach them. I brought them tonight. Things blew up. We were talking up until my son had asked Jeff if he could fix the road because he couldn't get his car out. Jeff blew up. As a matter of fact, Nicole had to tell him to sit in his truck because he was making such a scene. And that's when the whole 37 acres came out because I got a text or something, and I texted her back, and I said, that was the night my son said to her about the 37 acres because we got a letter from DHEC. And she never told me. I thought it was this 5 acres because I kept saying anybody can deal with anything for 2 years. Anybody can deal with anything for 2 years. 2 years, we'll be done. We'll go back to the peace and quiet, and everything will be fine. And I kept telling her that, and she never once told me, oh, no, we're doing 37 acres. Now, I did listen back to the meeting from 2 years ago, and it did say something about 25 acres, but I didn't, she never said that. Every time I kept saying 2 years, 2 years, we're done. So anyway, there's a lot more to say, but we don't lie. The 3 letters that we wrote are true. I don't know what they're talking about. It is hard living there with the trucks going back and forth. They back into our driveway. They line up 4:30 in the morning. Wake us up. They don't wake them up because their gate's closed, but they do wake us up. Some dump trucks speed. They don't move. Like if you're driving down the road, they don't move. You've got to move. And sometimes cars, you can't go into the edge. But anyway.
Well, thank you.
It's
Let me
just-
see. Thank you. Let me see if any of the board members have a question for you. Okay? Do we have any questions on my left? Do we have any questions on my right? Okay. Well, I want to
Thank you.
Thank
I
you for
appreciate
coming
it.
and telling us your side of the story today.
Yeah,
Right.
and to
Good night.
clarify, they did not sign a petition, so.
Say again?
They're not on the petition.
Yes.
So-
I know nothing about that petition.
They had their own letter.
We just know about the 3 letters that we wrote.
Read your letter.
Okay.
We read your letter. Do we have anyone else to speak in opposition? Okay. At this time, you have the right of rebuttal, and it's limited to 2 minutes.
What I think a couple of their key concerns were, and a couple of things.
Address for the record.
Sorry, Jeff McLean, live at 7200 Highthorn Road,
Thank you.
Ravenel, South Carolina 29470. When I read her letter, I immediately went back into my cameras. I take picture of everybody who comes and goes off our property. And from the date of this project to today's current date, there's only been 5 incidents where anybody has been on that camera before 5:30 a.m. 2 of which were dump trucks, which we immediately halted their early arrival. The other 2 were my brother-in-law leaving and myself leaving to go hunt. We are very sensitive to when these trucks arrive. And we have no problem, limiting to them arrival, at 6 a.m. if that's what the board says. I don't want any neighbor woke up at 4:30. That's an obscene time of day. And we've been very diligent at making sure these people are not on our cameras and violating that. The road, I want to talk about it really quick. We had to construct that road. It crosses across a soft spot. There's a couple of ditches that are in ill repair that caused that area to stay a little damp. So what we actually did, and what they were talking about, the sand and the time that there was ruts, we actually excavated about 20 inches of that surface dirt and replaced it with viable material. This is the same material coming out of our pit that is used to build every inch of roadway that we drive down every day. This is high compaction sand. And while it was a little squishier than we'd like, we have to let it dry before we can continue to press and compact rocks into it. We also don't run after rainy days. If we get more than about a half inch of rain in my gauge, we'll shut down and reassess the road. When we are done with this project, I will coat it from the highway to my gate to my driveway with a nice finished grade rock gravel. I will consult these neighbors that are in opposition and find out that it's something that we could all maintain together. Because once I'm done with this operation, they're going to have that improvement to their house forever that was all paid for by us. And we're aware that that's our responsibility for the usage of it. Currently, that rock is stable. I've not added any rock to that road, to their portion of the road. And once it comes past their driveway, we've kept it dirt to help keep our maintenance costs low so that we can take better care of the front. I'm the one that walks through the mud puddle at the gate. Their road is all packed with 57 stone and fines over the top that have locked it and made almost a concrete-like pervious structure there. And we will continue to do so. If it means we need to line the road down, we're already in communication with our new contractor. We've set forth very stringent restrictions on our road and how to maintain it and how we want to be proactive and not reactive.
Thank you, Mr. McLean. I have a follow-up question for you on my right.
Yes, sir.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. So after hearing, reading these letters and that their testimony and yours and some of the people that are supportive of you, this boils down for me, for my approval, and I'm only one member here.
Yes, sir.
There seems to be 5 issues out there that would help solve things.
Okay.
The first one would be the number of trucks that are going on this road. You've told me 20 are happening right now, but you're asking for the permission to do up to 150 a day. So if you're doing 20 a day right now, or when it was operating, if you were being given approval for 3 times that amount, which would be 75 trucks max, to me that would seem reasonable. I could put my arms around a max of 75. I'm going to tell you my stuff and then let you respond to it, because I'm not trying to get
I'm sorry, I'm just
final
shifting with
proposal.
my back. It's been a
No,
long
that's
day
fine.
for all of us.
But I mean, if you're operating 20 and we were to give you 75, that's something that I could support myself. The condition of the road, I think I heard a wonderful suggestion out there. You say the road's good, they say the road's bad. Who knows what the road is? I'm not a road expert. But to have some standard, and if there's a standard out there for the county that is for dirt roads, that sounds like a great place to be, because then you can get some experts out to do it. So that's something else I could wrap my hands around, is the standard of the county road. I have an old saying that I like to walk before I run, especially when there's a lot of opposition out there. And from my understanding, I was not on this board 2 years ago when the approval happened. So I don't base any judgments. Those people made great decisions. Well, if you're asking me to go from 5 acres to 37 acres,
I'm not.
But
I
if
emphatically
the
said that.
application says you could do up to 37 acres, and you could do 20, but your plan is for 22 acres, and it could be endless. You want to do it in 6 years, it might be 10 years. These people thought it was 2 years. Maybe I could wrap my arms around a proposal that says, let's see what happens for the next 24 months. And let's see if we can keep the road safe for 24 months. And let's make sure that the trucks don't come in here early and wake people up at 4:30 in the morning. So if there was some type of time limit that you could go for 24 months and extend, I would be in support of something like that. I'd also be in support of something about a max of 22 to 25 acres. I mean, if your intent is only to build fish ponds for 22 acres and the mining operation helps you build it, let's do 25 acres. So put some type of number out there that could do it. And then the hours of operation, if trucks are showing up at 4:30 in the morning to get on your property at 7:30, whether they are or not, if you had operations around 8 o'clock instead of 7 or 7:30, maybe that would bring out and stop some things. So that's just where I am, and trying to maybe respond to what I'm suggesting that could be a remedy.
So
and
to
maybe
address
we
your
could.
concerns directly, all businesses have to be viable. I can't show up to work an hour late and think I'm viable to anything. If the standard for these trucks are to run at 7 a.m. and construction sites traditionally run from 7 to 3:30 on an 8-hour shift, 7 to 5 on a 10-hour shift, 4 days a week, how am I supposed to compete if I'm an hour late? And you're trying to set regulations that unfairly impede the progress or unfairly, to make our business venture not viable, not only for us, but for our contractor as well. We have to be able to compete in order to play. And, like I said, we are in the right zoning area. We strongly feel that we are doing the right thing for the comprehensive plan. And at the end of the day, we're going to take care of our neighbors, whether they like it or not. We always have. And, we can address every reasonable claim. But if you're going to stand up here and say misunderstandings is the fairest way I can say it, without an attempt to communicate with us directly, then I don't know that there's an amicable way that anybody could proceed under those circumstances.
I want to add, and I'll let you finish as much as you want. I'm trying to find a way to get the approval criteria for the 6 criteria that we have to approve.
We meet them already.
So what I'm saying, well, in my opinion, I don't think you meet all of them because I'm having trouble with you don't endanger vehicle. I'm having problems with 6 and 2 where you'll adversely affect things. So that's why I'm trying to come up with a way so that I can vote to support something. And I'm just telling you where I am.
Okay. Like I said, I've addressed, comings and goings, maintenance of the road and all those things. We've done everything to comply with this. It would be a real misjustice to Charleston County to deny this project to proceed. We have invested every penny into our dream, and our dream is no less important than their dream. And we've made every reasonable attempt to take care of the road, mitigate dust, and address. We have hundreds of communications with them where we've asked them to put road down, and she say, "Oh no, we got rain coming, just hold off of it, we're fine." And we didn't know we were in an adversarial relationship with them until just in the last couple of months. But of the last couple of months, I'm talking about 30 days, 60 days, and we haven't had any rock added to that road since December 4th. But every time that we've degraded that road, every time I've seen that road start to wear, we immediately respond. And we've overtopped and we'll continue to overtop, grade, and level that road.
Mr. McLean, let me see if anyone, thank you. Let me see if we have any other questions on this side. Do we have any questions from you, sir? Mr. Williams?
Yes, sir. So again, I'm just trying to figure out these 6 criteria that we have a narrow scope in order to do our job as a board. So I don't think I haven't heard the answer to any of these 5 questions that was asked a minute ago. Unless you have any other answers.
You haven't heard any answers to what?
The 5 questions that my board
readdress them, and we'll go down them one at a time. Let's do it 1, and I'll answer it 2, and I'll answer it, and so forth, rather than a general answer for all 5 questions. That way we get it on record clearly.
That's my question. That's my question.
Your question was that I didn't answer questions?
Okay, thank you.
Can you please readdress your questions, Mr. Neal?
I'll take that.
Go through, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have any questions?
No, other than I concur with Mr. Neal. I was struggling with number 6 particularly because of the number of trucks, and I just concur with Mr. McNeil's assessments.
Do you have any questions?
I'll just add from a board member that was here 2 years ago. If I recall, the road was the primary issue. The neighbor showed up then, and they complained that there were going to be trucks running back and forth next to their house at that time. And we did put a 2-year limit on it to try and alleviate those concerns. It sounds to me like maybe you didn't realize there was an adversarial relationship because the neighbor, as she just stated, figured she could endure anything for 2 years and was trying to live that out, let the 2 years pass, and then hopefully there'd be no more trucks coming down the road. It is what it is. You're here asking for more time, dig more pits and I agree, pits are necessary. You've got a little bit of a difficult situation here in that your ingress-egress does happen to run within whatever, 100 yards, 50 yards, 20 yards of somebody's house, whatever that distance is. In many other pits, they have direct access to a road and don't have to, O.L. Thompson's pits, a lot of those don't have to ride straight by somebody's house. So that creates a little bit of a complication for your project that other pits don't have to deal with. I think what my fellow board members are trying to do up here is help you get to a point where they're comfortable issuing this special, or whatever this one is, special exception. And they're proposing some solutions that I think Mr. Neal will go through really quickly, one by one, with you to see if there's a direct response to those. But just keep in mind that this is a bit unique in the terms of pits, and
we realize
we're not here to be adversarial to you. We're here to help try and find a solution and make
Yes,
this
sir.
thing work.
We have a lot on the line. I appreciate your patience. Thank you.
Mr. Neal.
All right. So, no, sir. No, sir. Thank you so very much for your testimony tonight.
Did you want to let Mr. Neal do the, I think Mr. Neal wanted a direct response to 75 trucks per day.
Did you have a?
Well, I mean, if there's a point of clarification that will help the board, the 5 things that, if I was to make a motion, I would put conditions on it, and I would like to know how the applicant feels about it, if he could live with those conditions or not. Because if he doesn't live with them, I wouldn't do it.
That's not our consideration. Our consideration is what the board feels is going to be best for the community and the county and the state of South Carolina.
All right. Well, he's asked for what those were again, but I'm fine, Mr. Chair. However, I don't need to. I've already got my answers. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, if the DeCarlos would like it to be lined with gravel, I think the contractor and I would agree that we would gladly meet that. And we would even go further to say that if the gravel was to degrade, we would actually replenish and repair.
Is it 57 gravel and then?
I would prefer to do
fine
57
gravel?
with some fines so it'll actually lock in. What we're dealing with in the construction of that road is it was soft in the beginning, but what we found is now that we've got the old material out, the new sand on, typically we put 57 down, run the trucks over it for a couple of days to kind of embed it, and then we bring fines over the top. It'll actually lock in and make a really, really hard substrate there that can maintain. And like I said, we're going to eventually wear it all out. We wear out everything except for heavy duty concrete, from what I can tell. And we intend and anticipate having to repair this, and that maintenance is an ongoing, everyday part of our job.
Okay. Thank you so very much for your testimony today, Mr. McLean, and the people that you brought. Thank you. This case is closed to the public. Board members, do you have any questions of staff?
I just want to say something generally about hours of operation for projects, for mines throughout the county, or other commercial uses where we set conditions on. When we say 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., we mean that. We mean we don't want the trucks there, sitting there. 5:30. And had we known that, that would have been addressed, but we just found that out, So that would need to be reported to our staff, code enforcement.
Let me also make point here that I am the senior person on this board. Been here for quite some time. What we set is based on a case-by-case basis.
Right.
And if they were able to get 7 o'clock last year, years ago, under our tenure, then that's what we saw fit at that time.
Right.
We have to put forth something that will work at this time.
Right.
Any and all provisions, and we cannot consider any monetary constraints that it will or will not have on any and all applications.
Right.
Every application is to be looked at separately. Okay? So we can also look at what we've done in the past, but we have to look at this individual case and how it affects the community and its surrounding communities.
Right.
Okay? Now, yes.
May I read my 5 points of concern that I have so that the board is.
So we're in the discussion.
So that we're in the discussion. Instead of making a motion,
We're in the discussion.
All right. May I have that?
Yes, you may.
All right. So the issues that I think the maximum number of trucks is a huge issue of putting some type of restriction on that. I arbitrarily picked the 75 number because I heard testimony about 20 trucks. They could go from 10 to 150. I thought meeting in the middle was a fair number for a time limit. So I in my notes here, I have a max of 75 trucks a day. The second thing that I had down was the standard of the county dirt road. Whether I'm not a dirt guy, I'm not a road guy, but some type of gravel is obviously not working, and it's not working at 20 trucks a day, it ain't going to work at 75. So some type of analysis of making it a county dirt road standard, I think is very reasonable. Again, if the previous board did 24 months, I wouldn't want to have an open-ended to go from where we are now to where it could be. I would want them to come back, even though I never want somebody to go through the red tape that they're having to go through, because they're having to deal with this. They've already dealt with DHEC, which is even worse. So, but this is a huge impact. So I chose 24 months, 30 months. I could even do 36, but I think 24 was before, made sense to me. The max that Mr. Nelson asked, what are you really trying to get here? He's testified 22 acres in Mr. Nelson's question. I just rounded it to 25 acres out of the total 37. The applicant has already asked that he doesn't want to do all 37 acres. He just wants some flexibility. I think 25 acres gives him flexibility. And then I would just address the hours. If people are lining up trucks, I mean, maybe 7 o'clock's okay, but I would just move it to 8. If it hurts his competition, he's the only mine in that area. They're going to come and get his dirt. He's got a valuable product. They're going to come get his dirt. But those are the issues that I brought up that I personally thought were impactful. But nothing's in stone for my vote. I mean, I'm trying to help out.
Mr. Siddell, you have any questions, any concerns?
No,
Statements?
I don't, at this time, no.
Okay. Ms. Switzer Smalls, do you want to add to this discussion?
No, generally, I think what Mr. Neal outlined is great, and I thought the hours that were in place before the 7 to 5 was reasonable.
Mr. Williams, do you have anything you want to add to this discussion?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. What I'm hearing from Mr. Neal, my fellow board member, is basically concerns about the community welfare. I can't get over number 2, the issue of number 2, general welfare of the community. I haven't heard any solutions to any of these things mentioned, and so that's why I have concerns.
Mr. Nelson, do you have anything you want to add to this?
Mr. Williams, I would think that what we're trying to, with the conditions that Mr. Neal has come up with, is to address those specific concerns. Yeah, I'd push back a little bit on 75 trucks a day. Personally, even thinking about a project like Main Road Segment A and the amount of dirt that's going to be required to build that particular project, limiting it to 75 trucks per day. Granted, they can get dirt from elsewhere, but that could have an effect on a project of that magnitude, which, if I recall, is the largest project to date that the county has contracted through a design-build contract. So it's a pretty big endeavor that the county's undertaking with that roadway project. I would push, if we're going to set a time limit, I would push it out to 36 months. I believe the applicant has learned a lot in the past 24 months. I have fallen victim myself to contracting large projects with contractors that were unable to perform. And it is a very frustrating place to be when you're stuck for months on end with no resolution while you get rid of that contractor and bring somebody in who's capable to work on a project. So I can actually sympathize very much with that concern. And quite frankly, having a good contractor on a property that would probably go a long ways toward alleviating the concerns of the neighbors, other than simply having a dump truck running right next to your door. Now, I happen to live not very far from Chisholm Road. We have dirt pits that have been active on Chisholm Road, and those trucks run within 150 feet of my house, and it does rattle the road when they come rolling down at 55 miles an hour. But I think that the primary concern that I heard was really the simple fact that these people didn't expect there to be a dirt pit going for 5-6 years. There's not a lot that we could do about that to alleviate that particular concern unless we just simply didn't allow this to move forward. So I would really come back to the number of trucks per day, and I'd push on that one. But I think everything else we could probably get to.
I'm not supposed to really say this, but since I've been on here eons, in my tenure, something like this would go around to start time 8 o'clock, not to sit out on the roads idling for a long period of time or at no time, and then maxing it at 25 acres. and then having maybe a 30-month cap on this project. And having a standard state core for that road. It's just some food for thought. Very rarely like to say in this seat what my thoughts are, but I think you guys are coming really close.
On the trucks, I mean, what?
And
Mr.
a cap.
Mr. Nelson, what number would you consider on the, I mean, I was open to 24 months, I played with 30 and then scribbled it back down to 24 to match the previous, but I mean, I have no problem with 30 months. I think 36 is a little far, because somebody did 2 years before. But what would
Yes,
your
it did.
number be on the number of trucks per day max?
So what was the max number of trucks that are running any given
The
day? Was it
application was
400?
150, 10 to 150. I just thought that was.
Yeah, see, I would keep it up, closer to 150 than 75, but it's nothing I'm going to fall on my sword over up here either, so.
That's a lot of trucks.
It is.
Maybe 100.
I mean, ideally, we could find a new route for it to go, but we do
Right.
not have that authority to go designate new roads in Charleston County and take people's property, but that would be somebody else's job to go figure out.
Okay, in lieu of time, which is never a concern,
Let Mr. Nelson make a motion and we'll support it.
I'd like to have a motion, because I think we've exhausted all.
I have made all the motions tonight, so you're going to.
Would anybody
All right.
other than myself
I
like
got
to?
us this far.
Let me
Okay.
see.
Well, you want to move forward then?
No, I'm gonna let Mr. Nelson.
All right.
I
All right,
need a
Mr.
motion
Chair.
to approve or disapprove.
In the matter of BZA 0524000789, I would make a motion that we approve this request for resource extraction on, I can't remember the name of the road now, not Hyde Park, but Highthorn. Anyway, I find that with the criteria that we are likely to impose at the end of this motion, that we do meet all of the criteria necessary to approve the request. That one, it is consistent with the recommendations contained in the county's comprehensive plan and the character of the underlying zoning district. As Mr. McLean has stated, this property is currently zoned for resource management, and quite frankly, the proper way to wind up with catfish ponds at the end of the day is not necessarily to stockpile hundreds of thousands of cubic yards of dirt around the property, but to use that dirt for necessary infrastructure improvement projects in the county. So I find that it meets that criterion. For criterion 2, that it is compatible with the existing uses in the vicinity and will not adversely affect the general welfare or character of the immediate community. In stating this, believe we'll have some conditions coming up that will help alleviate the concerns from the neighbors that are most directly impacted by the influence of the mine. And so we will meet that criterion by lieu of the special conditions that are offered up. For criterion 3, that adequate provisions are made for such items as setbacks, buffering to protect the adjacent property from the possible adverse influence of the proposed use, such as noise, vibration, dust, glare, and similar factors. With, again, one neighbor being affected primarily by this project and the applicant's desire to use rock and other methods to improve the roadway so that it minimizes impact on the neighbors, I believe that the provisions that both have already been proposed and that will be added to the special conditions will help meet criterion 3. For criterion 4, where applicable, it will be developed in a way that will preserve and incorporate any natural features. Again, for lack of a better term, this is almost a necessary evil to get to a great end goal here with the agricultural use on the property. So I believe in the simple fact that the applicant has avoided impacts to all the jurisdictional wetlands on the property and is not taking out any grand trees really helps meet that particular criterion. For criterion 5, that it complies with all applicable rules, regulations, laws, and standards of this ordinance, including but not limited to any use conditions, zoning district standards, or site plan review requirements of the ordinance. Again, the goal ultimately, even though that this is a for-profit enterprise to remove material from the site to use for infrastructure and other development projects around the county, the long-term goal of maybe some recreation, but most importantly agriculture and building catfish ponds kind of compels me to believe we meet that criterion as well. For criterion 6, that vehicular traffic and pedestrian movement on adjacent roads shall not be hindered or endangered. In meeting this criterion, just knowing that the applicant would like to work diligently with the neighbor, that the contractor has offered up a personal cell phone with the neighbor in order to address concerns immediately with the roadway and with potential conflicts with dump trucks moving up and down the roadway. I believe that helps meet that criterion as well. In making this motion, this is where this will get a little bit tricky. We have the 7 special conditions that were recommended by staff. So let me go through these really quickly. It'd be the easiest way to do it. Prior to zoning permit approval, the applicant shall complete the site plan review process. The days of operation for this project shall not exceed Monday through Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. For my purposes of this motion, I'm going to keep the hours as stated in this in the staff's recommendations. That the applicant shall maintain travel way of Hyde Park Road for a distance of 300 feet in each direction from the truck entrance, free of all dirt, gravel, or other debris associated with resource extraction, at least twice during each workday and once at the end of each workday to maintain safe travel way. 4, the applicant shall maintain the 25-foot ingress-egress easement on High Thorn Road to include water application as required for dust mitigation on High Thorn Road. For this special condition, we'll add that the applicant will use rock and the application of, I can't remember the sand, 57 stone and fine sands to lock it in place to maintain the road at a minimum from where High Thorn Road meets Hyde Park Road past the neighbor's house. That would be special condition number 4. Number 5, the applicant shall be responsible for any damage to roads associated with the resource extraction and coordinate with the state in maintaining and repairing the roads as necessary. Number 6, the applicant shall post on all-weather sign on Hall Road entrance visible from Hyde Park Road right away, listing the name and contact information, including the phone number of the local contact. The person listed will serve as the contact for the project in case there's any compliance issues that arise during the mining operation. And number 7, the applicant shall provide documentation from an environmental engineer, geologist, hydrologist, or other similarly qualified professional outlining the effect / impact on the well and groundwater within 1,000 feet of the subject property. The applicant shall work with county staff to determine how the owner will mitigate any negative impacts found. So that would make special condition number 8 would be, I'm going to go with 125 trucks per day. I'm sure there'll be some discussion around that. So that's special condition 8. Special condition 9 would limit the time of application to 30 months. One thing I'm going to throw out there that I don't know if will be well received, that at the end of 30 months, the applicant could reach out to staff for a 1-year extension instead of having to come back to the board. And, we can leave that at that. That the applicant could reach back out to staff for a 1-year extension at the end of that 30-month period.
With board approval?
Without board approval.
Without board approval.
These things staff can make a decision.
So special condition 10 would be the maximum amount of pits to be dug on the property would be 25 acres, or the maximum amount of resource extraction would be limited to 25 acres. And I think that covers it because we talked about hours of operation. So, Mr. Chair.
I'll second that, but I'd like a follow-up.
Okay. So for discussion, right?
Hold on. What's your follow-up?
My follow-up is, if he will modify it, you don't have any comment about the standard county dirt road. I didn't know if that needed to be introduced. I'd like to see something in that possibly. And the provision of the extra year, would you put some type of verbiage stating it if there's no letters of opposition or fine, there's been some type of notification that, hey, they just can't get an automatic year extension. It has to be something that triggers it towards, it's got to come back to us because of the problem. And I don't know the mechanism that we would have for that, but I'd hate to give it if you might as well give the 36 months if you're going to just go to staff.
What are your thoughts on that, Mr. Huge?
I mean, it's really up to the board. I think your purpose was to not make them have to reapply, correct?
Correct.
And so if the board is comfortable with the secretary making that decision based on whatever's presented, because I'm sure if there are any complaints, the county will get those anyway. But that's not the standard, whether or not there's a complaint. That's not the standard of whether or not someone would get an extension, even if they were coming back before the board. I believe the staff is capable of making a decision based on everything that would be presented. But I think those are only two options, either because they would have the right to come back and ask for an extension. So, I mean, that's something that they just have a right to do, whether or not it's for the board or the board delegates that responsibility. So,
Well, then I wouldn't object to that issue then, but I would, for me to support this motion, it'd have to be at 100 trucks or less, and it would have to have, what's the other issue? 30 months would be fine with me. I'm kind of stuck on 30 months and 100 trucks.
Just to clarify too, when you guys discuss the 30 months, can you clarify exactly how that's going to start? And like, is he going to log these number of trucks per day? Are we just clarify the 30 months?
yeah, I mean, I'll interject a little bit. It's going to be very difficult to police the number of trucks that are going in and out.
Well, but it's in the application right now that he could do 150, and what's the police mechanism for that? I mean, I'm not saying we have to we're not asking for a report to be submitted. We're just saying that's what the standard is. If somebody comes and objects and says, hey, there was 400 trucks that went in front of my house yesterday, then that's the mechanism that gets turned in. So we're not asking for reporting a daily thing. We're just saying, hey, 75 trucks or 100 trucks or whatever. So I would just say 100 trucks.
No, I'm just saying whatever the number is. It's going to be difficult to, other than a neighbor complaining or someone else complaining.
Mr. Smalls, you had a comment.
Oh, I was in agreement with your motion except for the number of trucks. I think max 100 a day I can agree to.
Okay. And just, for clarity, the reason why I didn't add something about county standard is, one, we as a board don't really know what that standard is, so I'd have a difficult time stating a special condition that might have some other kind of impact. If there's a road width, for example, that they couldn't even maintain because the easement's not wide enough, I would struggle with putting that particular condition on there.
I'm fine.
I will amend the motion to say 100 trucks per day if that will move this thing along.
I'll do my second.
Okay, so the conditions were 100 trucks, 30 months, with the extension without.
The staff approval.
With staff approval. They wouldn't have to come to the board. And the 25 acres, correct?
Yeah, he had mentioned 25 acres.
That's correct.
Okay. Is that your motion?
That's my motion.
I would just say that I would state the extension part as the applicant has the option to either come back before the board or go through staff.
I will take our attorney's recommendation there and amend my motion accordingly. Would you second that, Mr.
Yes,
Neal?
sir.
All right.
Okay. Any other further discussion?
Man, third one's hard.
Very good. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye and raising your right hand, and please hold it there. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Aye. Thank you so very much. It does carry. So congratulations. Your application has been approved with conditions. Please check with staff within 10 days, and they'll let you know exactly the next steps in your application. And I will say this, please work on your relationship with your neighbors so that you don't have to have all this again. Very good. Very good. Board members, Ms. Working, what do we have that's coming up next?
Well, unfortunately, I'll be in France in August, so.
You going to the
But France. Yeah, the Olympics. I am going to an Olympic event. I'm training for the Olympics. No, just kidding. It's really up to y'all. We can do 4:34, 4:35. I could tell you that September is definitely going to be 5 o'clock because the Planning Commission meets before us. So regardless of case load, September will start at 5. So it's up to you all when you want to start in August. We just need to know now so we can advertise correctly. If you want to do 4 o'clock, 4:30, or 5. They're all, so there are 10 individual cases, no old business, all new business. There's 3 STRs, the rest are residential. So we don't have any commercial projects, but there are 10 separate cases.
4:30.
4:30.
Are there any cases that would take 2 hours to try?
I mean, we got Walnut Island. I can't answer that.
There is that
So-
short-term rental last year that was denied in Oak Island. They're coming
we
back,
can't answer
so
that,
may be a
That's
bit
hard to-
controversial.
Okay.
So I heard 4:30. I mean, we need a definite.
I like starting early so we can get out of here before 9 o'clock, but that didn't work today.
Well, I know, but it seems like something always happens, like with the state.
Can we meet at 4:30?
4:30.
Okay.
4:30.
Good.
Anything else?
And of course, just a reminder, training, but you could just, Genesis and I are working on that together, so either of us, if you have questions, you can ask. Yeah. Got it.
Thank you. Meeting's adjourned. Good job, guys.